Hello, my name is Hyder Abbas. I welcome you to this one short video on Java basics, fundamentals of Java, wherein we are going to start from absolute scratch to all the fundamental concepts which you need to know before you get started with DSA. Data structures and algorithm can be learned in any programming language, but one of the favorite or the most popular language which people use in order to learn DSA and to solve any of the problem is Java. So some Java fundamentals we need to understand before you start the journey of DSA. By keeping that in mind, I'm going to cover all the fundamental concept in this one short video. Fine. Again, I'm going to come up with one more Java playlist from absolute scratch, how programming came to the advanced concept of Java, the new feature of Java. I'm going to cover in-depth Java series on the same YouTube channel, Tshaped Skills YouTube channel. Very soon, not very far, very soon I'm going to come up with that series where you'll understand everything about Java. But whatever Java I'm going to cover here by considering the journey of DSA, the basics of Java, which why we need to have a variables, need of data types concept, operators, which is unary operators, relational operator, arithmetic operator, logical operators, if else, conditionals, switch case, ternary operator, loops, need of the loop, for loop, while loop, do while loop, logic building with pattern programming. Then you'll understand what is a class, why do we have to create the class, object creation, and also the concept of methods, the fundamentals, very fundamentals of Java, so that you are familiar with the syntax of Java style of coding. And once you are familiar with that, then you can easily start the journey of DSA and other concept by default you will understand. Again, I would like to highlight in-depth Java series also I'm going to come up with on this channel very soon, wherein I'll cover everything from the scratch to the absolute advanced level. Fine. So now let's start the journey of learning the fundamentals of Java. Hello and welcome back. As we have discussed that we are going to start this from absolute scratch, in this video I would like to cover what is a variable and what is a need of data type, or you can say what is a need of learning data types, how important they are. To start with, whenever you have some data or information, and if you want to store that in your program, in your application, variable concept comes into picture irrespective of a programming language. For an instance, I have 18 and maybe 18 is the age of a person. This is some information. It is a data. If you want to work with this data or if you want to store that in your program, the concept of variable comes into picture. I will put here semicolon, that means delimiter. That is the end of it. This 18 assigned to a variable by the name age. This is a name of a variable. This is the assignment operator. That means 18, please give it to a variable by the name age. So behind the scene on your memory, when your program is executing on your RAM, for age memory would be given, and inside this age variable 18 will be assigned. Making sense? Maybe you want to store some number. Whatever variable name you want, you can give. I will give the variable name as num1. You can give number, whatever name. Few of the participants, especially from the third or second tier engineering colleges from non-CSIS background, even if they have phobia with the variable names, which I have come across with my experience. I have been training the candidates from 2016. It's been 8+ years of me training Java, programming, DSA or Spring Boot or any of this concept to the professionals. I have come across people with the phobia with the variable names such as temp, count. They consider these names also of something high sort. No, this is just a name. Num is just a name. Inside this variable, I am going to assign one value called as 4. The moment you say this, 4 will be assigned inside a memory which is getting created. And name of the memory is num, which you have told. Inside this 4 has been assigned. Whenever you want to use this data, you need not to say 4. Maybe you want to print something on your screen. I will say here, print whatever is there inside this variable called as num. Right? How to print in different programming languages, we will talk on that. For an instance, I'm using this. If you want to use this data, use this variable. For an example, I have one more variable. This is num1. I have one more variable by the name num2. I have given it as 6. 6 has been assigned. There is one more memory on your computer which is by the name num2, 6 has been assigned. Maybe I want to perform some operation on these two data. I need not to take this data or consider this data. What I can do is I will say here num1 plus num2. That means I am referring to what data is there inside this variable. Please add with whatever data we have inside this variable, and whatever is the total result I will get, store that in maybe one more variable by the name result. And whatever these variable names are there, maybe going forward I'll talk in my Java series also, whatever name you want you can give, except reserve words. What is reserve word, what name we can give, we will talk on this. Give a name which is relevant to the data which you are storing. Give a relevant name, whatever it could be. You can give your girlfriend name, you can give your boyfriend name, you can give your crush name, not a problem. But give a name which has some meaning to it. Example, num1, number 1. That means what data is there inside this? 4 we have. Plus what data we have inside num2 variable? We have 6. What is the total result? 10. 10 we are assigning back to this. So this variable name I have given result. On your memory, there will be one more variable which gets created, results, and inside this 10 will be assigned. So variable is all about storing the information in your program, in your application. Application, program, both of them are referring to same. So variable is all about storing the data, storing the information. Now when it comes to programming languages, there are two major types of programming languages. Number one happens to be statically typed programming language, or you can also call this as strongly typed programming language. Statically typed programming language, both of them are referring to same. One more, we have something called as dynamically typed programming language, or you can say loosely typed programming language. So we have two types of programming languages. Let me just key point here, let me add that here. As you can see on your screen, statically typed, you can also call it as strongly typed, that is also fine. Multiple names but meaning is same. Strongly typed programming language or weakly typed programming language, dynamically typed programming language. You need to understand this. Suppose I have a data, I want to store someone's age in my program. Whatever program I'm going to write, I want to store some information, for which I will create one variable. Whatever name of the variable you want, you can give. Since I have a plan of storing someone's age, the relevant name of the variable would be age. I have given here. To this age, I am going to assign one data. Maybe the data is 18. Fine. Same goes with maybe I am using one more programming language. There also I want to store a data which is 18, someone's age. I'll give the variable name 18. Behind the scene, when memory by the name age would be created. Equal to operator in any programming language, it is the assignment operator. Assignment means whatever is there in the right side, that will be assigned to the left hand side. So inside this age, 18 would be assigned. Fine. So there are certain programming language, whenever you are working with some data, whether you want to store the data or whether you want to perform some operations, type of the data which you are working on, the domain of the data which you are working on, you need not to specify. Such programming languages, we call it as dynamically typed programming languages, where type of the data you need not to specify explicitly. What data you are working on, what operations you are performing, you need not to specify. There are programming languages wherein whenever you store some data, or if you want to perform some of the operations on the data, type of the data is must. For an instance, I am going to store 18 to this variable age. Inside this age variable, what type of data I am going to store, that I need to specify must and should. For an instance, here it is number. Number means most of the programming language, we have a data type called as int. About the data types, moving forward, again I am going to come up with one more video on data types, which you will get the idea about data types in Java. For now, int means you are going to store number. Now type of the data you have to specify must and should whenever you are working with. Right now I want to store 18 in my age, and if I am going to use any of these strongly typed programming language, for you it is compulsory to specify what is the type of the data. Such programming languages, you can also call it as statically typed programming language, or you can say strongly typed programming languages. Example for all of such languages are C, C++, in fact your Java also, TypeScript, and so and so. When it comes to dynamically programming languages, we have Python, which is a dynamically typed programming language. We have JavaScript also, which is our dynamically typed programming language. Type of the data, you need not to specify explicitly. Now, since this entire series we are going to do in Java, for us it is mandatory to learn about data types, because whenever we are going to work with some data using a Java language, which is a strongly typed programming language, type of the data also we may have to learn. What type of data also it decides. Example, if I just have to say here, maybe integer types of number 1, I'm going to give here as 4. That means behind the scene on your memory, number 1 variable memory would be created. Inside this assignment, right to left, I have given it as 4. Similarly, I want to store 5 here, which I am going to store in a variable by the name num2. What is the type of data I have to specify? Since I am using Java, the type of data is int number, right? So now one more memory will be created by the name num2. Inside this, you are going to assign 5. 5 is being assigned here. Fine. So this type of the data, domain, what domain this data is all about. What is the type of the data? So this is the concept of data types. That means type of the data, which is very, very crucial. So before we go ahead in this series, we need to understand about data types also. Why? Because we are going to use a strongly typed programming language, which is Java. And since Java is strongly typed programming language, we have to learn about data types. We cannot create a variables, or we cannot perform any of the operation without specifying the type of the data. For an instance, I have specified that this is of integer type. It is not just about storing the data. It also defines for number 2, whatever data is available inside a variable called as num2, whatever data is available on the variable called as num1. On this, what type of operations we can perform. What type of operations we can perform. That also gives the meaning that what type of operation also you can perform on a particular data. That's where we need to understand on the concept of data types. Now let's understand what are data types in the upcoming video. Make sure you like the video, you share with your friends, and please do subscribe this YouTube channel. Also, if you want, you can connect me on my LinkedIn. You can just search Hyder Abbas on the LinkedIn. You will get my profile. You can connect me there. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. We will meet again in the new video. Hello and welcome back. In the last video, we came to one conclusion that Java is strongly typed programming language. Hence, understanding data types is very crucial here. Whenever we are going to work with any data or information, we may have to specify what type of data we are working on. Hence, data types become very important. By keeping in mind whatever is required to understand or to go ahead in our course, I will be discussing the fundamentals of data types. Again, there can be a detailed discussion on data types as well, which I am going to have in my Java playlist. For now, to proceed further, let me talk on the primitive data types which Java supports. To start with, we have a primitive data type by the name byte, and then we have short. We have integer primitive data type. What they are, how to work with them, I'm going to speak, or I'm going to talk on that. Now then we have long, followed by float, then we have double, and also we have boolean. Alongside that, we also have char data type. All of these are the primitive data types. Using them, we can directly store the value in the memory. Alongside that, we do also have a non-primitive data type. We have arrays and string, which going forward separately we are going to have discussion on. Array and string is not primitive data type in Java. They are considered as object. When it comes to primitive, whatever I have listed here, only those are the primitive data type. Now, whenever you want to store any of the integer value, any of the whole number, then you can use byte, short, int, long. So whenever we have a whole number means a number without any decimal point, without any fractional point. For an instance, we have a data 45, or maybe we have a data 5545. Any range, we have any of these data types can be used. What is the significance? Why we have all four different options? I'm going to talk that. So whenever we have a whole number which you want to store in a variable in your program, in your Java application, then you can use either byte, short, int, long. When to use byte, when to use short, why we have four options, all these things we will try to discuss here. So whenever we have integer type of value, a whole number, then we can go with either of these data types. Whenever we have a real number, then we can go with any of these data type, float or double. Why we have float, why we have double, we will understand separately in this particular video. But to start with, if you have a real number with a fractional point, maybe I have 45.5, 54.6. Whenever we have this decimal point, then you can go with either float or double. Whenever we have something called as true or false to be stored, a Boolean data, true or false, then you can go with Boolean data type. Again, this also I'm going to talk. This is just a start. When it comes to char, if we have any character type of data, then we can use char primitive data type in order to store this particular value. How we are going to store it, why there is a difference, and why we have so many options, I'm going to talk. Again, I would like to repeat here, Java supports these many primitive data types. We do have non-primitive also. What if I want to store collection of data in one place? We have a concept of arrays. We have a concept of collection, which I'm going to talk. What if I want to store collection of characters, not just one character? We have a string, which is not a primitive data type in Java, which is considered as object. Then what is object? What is non-primitive? There is no clarity yet. I'm going to give you the clarity. So now in the last video, what we have come to a conclusion is Java is a strongly typed programming language. Hence, whenever we store a data or work with some data, we may have to specify what type of data we are working on. Hence, learning the type of data or data type is very, very crucial, because of which Java supports these many primitive data type. Let's understand one by one. To start with, first I would like to discuss the integer data types. Whenever we have a whole number to be stored, we can go with integer data types. If we have any whole number without any decimal point, fine. So let me just talk on this. So whenever we have a whole number to be stored without any fractional point or decimal point, example, this is a whole number. We don't have any decimal point here. It could be any number, normal number without any decimal point. All of them are considered as whole number. So in your Java application, if you want to store a data which is of this, then you can go with either of this data type. You can go with byte, you can go with short, you can go with int, also you can go with the long. What is the difference among this? Why we have four options? That is very crucial, and we may have to understand. Now, for an instance, I have a data, I have a value, maybe age. I want to store someone's age. So I can do one thing, I can just create a variable like this. Maybe I'll say here, age is a variable name. Data which I want to store is 45. Great. So behind the scene on your memory, age memory will be allocated, inside which you are specifying you're storing 45. 45 will be added. Now, since I am going to store this data in Java programming language, I have to specify what type of data it is, the data type. Now, since it is a whole number, I can use byte also, short also, int also, long also. Let me use byte. Now, if you use byte, what happens? If you go with short, what happens? We may have to understand. Whenever you use byte data type in order to store a whole number, behind the scene on your program, on your memory, 1 byte of memory will be allocated. RAM consists of bytes, 8 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes, GB, 16 GB. It's all about RAM. and I'm talking about the memory when your program is executing. Program gets executed on the RAM. From the RAM only instructions will be given to the processor. Processor will execute this fundamentals, you should be knowing it. So if you use byte data type to store some data behind the scene on your memory, 1 byte of memory will be occupied. The first thing. If you go with short, behind the scene on your memory, 2 bytes of memory would be occupied. If you go with int data type, in order to store any value, maybe one whole number you're storing, and the type of the data which you have specified is int. Usually, very often, we go with int data type in most of the programming language, including Java. Why so? I'm going to talk. When it comes to int, 4 bytes of memory will be allocated behind the scene in the memory. If you go with long, 8 bytes of memory. That is the first difference between them. So let me just give a memory representation. So the first difference which we have understood is with respect to memory occupancy. If you use byte, 1 byte of memory would be occupied, and short 2 bytes, integer 4 bytes, and long 8 bytes. That is the first difference. Second difference, if you go with byte, you can store specific range of number. When it comes to whole number, it could be of any range, right? If you go with byte, you cannot store every number. There is a specific range between 1 to that only you can store. How do we calculate range? When it comes to byte, 1 byte of memory would be occupied, right? 1 byte of memory equal to 8 bits. If you know already, well and good. If you don't know, now you understand 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. Fine. Now the formula is minus 2 power n minus 1 to 2 power n minus 1 minus 1, where n is number of bits. Now 1 byte means it is 8 bits. So the range is minus 2 power 8 minus 7. N is 8, 8 minus 1 is 7. Sorry, 8 minus 1 is 7 to 2 power 7 minus 1. That means minus 128 to 127. If there is any number between this range, which is a whole number, then you can go with byte data type. And if you go with this, behind the scene, only 1 byte of memory would be occupied, and easily you can manage any number between this range. For an instance, on your screen, you can see I'm trying to store 45. Variable age. 45 comes within the range of minus 128 to 127. There is no problem here. However, if you try to cross the range which is 127, it is not acceptable. That is a difference number 2. Same goes to short. 2 bytes means it is 16 bytes. So that means 16 bits. That is 2 power 16 minus 1 is 15 to 2 power 15 minus 1. Whatever value you get here, that is a range you can go with if you go with the short data type. When it comes to integer, it is 2 power 32 minus 1, which is 31, to 2 power 31 minus 1. Whatever result you will get here, that will be the range you can store if you go with int. When it comes to long, it is 8 bytes, that is equal to 64 bits. So 2 power 8 bytes, 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. 1 byte is equal to 8 bit, and 8 bytes, that means 8 into 8, then we will get the result as 64. 8 bytes into 8 bit. So of course it is 64. So you will be getting the result here, 2 power 64 minus 1, which is 63, to 2 power 63 minus 1. It is 64 because I am already considering n minus 1 here. It is 2 power 16, 16 minus 1 because n minus 1 here. So whatever range you get, that is a range you can store if you go with long. That is the second difference. So basically, if there is a whole number without any decimal point or fractional value, and in my Java application, in my Java code, if I want to store the data, then I have 4 options available with me. And the difference is, first is memory optimization. There is a difference with respect to memory occupancy. If you go with byte, only 1 byte of memory would be occupied. If you go with long, then 8 bytes of memory would be occupied. And the second difference, major difference, is with respect to the range. Now, if you want to store maybe small value, if you want to store someone's age, then definitely byte is sufficient. Byte can store someone's age. I don't think so someone can live more than 127 years. So of course, within this byte only you can manage. Maybe if you want to store a more data, which is within the range of 2 power 15 minus 2 power 15 to 2 power 15 minus 1, whatever value you get here, which I will be listing out in a minute here, that range you can use with respect to short. That is the difference between them. Not just that, if there is any number in your Java code which is a whole number, and if you have not specified any data type, then the default data type of any number in Java is a int. What do you mean by that? I'll be showing you right now by opening the IDE. As you can see here, I have opened the Eclipse IDE and there is a basic one Java program here. If you are aware of Java fundamentals also, you know what is there on your screen. If you are new to the world of Java, you need not to worry. Just understand this is a starting point of your program. From here is where the program execution begins, not more than that. Fine. So inside this, let me just write the code here. More on this, the first class of Java, I would like to talk going forward also in the Java playlist. Now, please don't focus on that. So when it comes to data, we have 45, and let me give the variable name as maybe n1 equals to 45. 45 comes within the range of minus 128 to 127. So of course you can store, there is no problem. Now in place, this is of course 100% valid, there is no problem in it. Now in place of 45, maybe I will try to use 130. You can see we are getting one compile time error. Eclipse IDE, IntelliJ IDE, these IDEs has the auto compiler. The moment you write the code, Java code gets compiled. You need not to automatically compile explicitly. I mean, you need not to explicitly compile it. Usually, whenever you write a Java program, you may have to compile. Then you have to execute. Fine. But for now, it is not needed because of auto compilers. Anyway, we are getting one error here, compile time error. It is not within the range of byte. If I just give a 13, no problem. 13 is within the range of byte. Same goes with respect to the short also. Let me just give it as short data type. And if I have to specify maybe n2 equals to any number, if I give which is within the range of short, there is no problem. See here, it is outside the range of short. If I give here 2, no problem. See, 23. If I cross 30, approximately it is 32,768 is the range. If you calculate 2 power 15 to 2 power 15 minus 1, it will be around 32,768 approximately. You can also calculate. So if it is within that range, there is no problem. You can store it. But if I cross the 32,000 part, maybe I'll write 4. It is out of the range. You cannot store. Right? So memory 2 bytes, here 1 byte of memory, and behind the scene specific range of data you can use. When it comes to short, 2 bytes of memory would be occupied, and more than that, a specific range only you can store. You cannot surpass that range. When it comes to integer, if I go with integer type, maybe number 3 equals to any range, see here, there is no problem. The range is higher, 2 power minus 63 to 2 power minus 31 to 2 power 31 minus 1. Fine. So that is a range. The range will be higher when it comes to int. But behind the scene, since I have used int data type on my memory, 4 bytes of data, 4 bytes of memory is occupied. If I surpass here, you can see here it is out of the range. Again, you'll be getting the compile time error. So everything has a limit. Within that range only you can store the data. When it comes to long, you can of course store higher range data. N4 equals to, see here, I'm storing higher range of data, but still I'm getting error here. Whenever you want to store integer value higher than the range of int data type inside the long, must and should you may have to add one suffix called as L here. Must and should you may have to add, whether it is a capital L, small l, doesn't matter, you may have to add here. The moment I have added, the error is gone. Fine. So if you store a whole number with a range higher than integer range, whatever range we get in the int data type, if I surpass that range And if I want to store the data inside the long, must and should, as per the rule of Java, you may have to specify one suffix. Suffix means after value, after literal. This can be called as literal value, variable name, type of the data. Type of data, variable name, and the actual value. After actual value, I am going to add at the end suffix. And behind the scene, how many bytes of memory is allocated? Here, 8 bytes of memory. And every data will have a specific default data type. For an instance, I'll go with 445. And 445, maybe I would like to specify some variable. Maybe I'll say here it is some number. Variable name I have given it as num. Now I have not specified type of data. 455, of course, you cannot store within the byte because byte maximum value is 127, positive maximum value. But it is within the range of short. In the int also, long also, you can manage it. Now, if I have to go here and if I say create the field, you can see here, what is the default data type my Eclipse is generated? Int. I have not coded it. I have asked my Eclipse to generate, which shows the default data type of any whole number in Java is int. If you don't specify any data type, the default data type is int. It also shows that whenever we work with any of the whole number, it is required, it is recommended to go with int data type unless the value is of higher range, because it is the default data type. Not just that, if you perform any of the operation on the whole number, the resultant is always integer. What do we mean by that? For an instance, I will say here byte type of maybe number 1 equals to 45. Great. Byte type of maybe I'll say here number 2 equals to 4. So 45, maybe I'll say here result equals to number 1 plus number 2. So inside number 1 we have 45 plus inside number 2 we have 4. 45 plus 4. 45 plus 4 is 49. 49 is within the range of byte. However, you cannot use that. Whenever you perform any of the operations on the whole number type of data in Java, the resultant is always integer. If I try to store in byte, please notice here, I am getting one compile time error. How can you store in byte? You might say that 45 plus 4 is 49. 49 is within the range of byte, but it is not recommended. Fine. So the resultant is always integer. So the point here is the default data type of whole number in Java is int. Point number 1. Point number 2 is whenever we perform any of the operation on the whole number, the resultant is always integer. This is what you have to understood. Now I hope the fundamentals related to the integer data types, that means whenever we have a whole number, if you want to store that or if you want to work with that, what type of data we can use is clear to everyone. Fine. Now let's talk on the real data type, real number data type. We have float and double. When it comes to real number, if you have a real number which you want to store in your Java, you can either go with float data type or you can go with the double data type. Real number referring to such a number which has the decimal point, which has a fractional point. Example 45.4, maybe 444.5. Any number it could be where a decimal point is involved. That number called as real number. If you want to manage maybe someone's percentage, how many percent you got in your metric, in your college, in your graduation, you might say I have got 70.5. Such data, if you want to manage in your Java application, I have to create variable. Maybe I'll go and create the variable as average. That's the variable name I have decided. And I want to store the variable maybe 72.4. Great. Now, this is the data which is going to get stored inside this variable. Since I'm using Java programming language, I have to specify what type of data I'm going to store here. The type of the data I can specify here is either float or I can go with double, because these two data types, if you use, you can store any of the real number. However, if you go with float, must and should after the literal, after the value, you may have to add f as the suffix. If you don't add, then it will not consider. Fine. So maybe if I have to store a real number, I'll say 44.5. If I want to store without any suffix, then I can go with double. So the first difference is, if you go with float, then must and should you may have to use F, and if you go with double, you need not to use any suffix or prefix. Second point, if you go with the float data type, in order to store the real number, 4 bytes of memory would be occupied. When it comes to double, 8 bytes of memory would be occupied. If I use double data type, in order to manage, work or store the data which is of the real number, then 8 bytes of my memory would be occupied. Apart from that, the default data type of any real number in Java is double. That means if you don't specify any data type and if you store, then Java compiler would suggest you or will consider that type of the data is of double type. Let me show you the same in the Eclipse IDE by opening it. As you can see here, let me just write here. I'll say a float type of maybe average equals to 45.5. If I don't specify, see, I'm getting one error here. The moment I write one suffix F, then there is no problem. Fine. Now, if I go with double type of maybe some data, I'll say average 2. I will consider 44.5. See, I have not added any prefix or suffix. Still, it is able to manage it. However, behind the scene for this, 4 bytes of memory is occupied. Behind the scene for this, 8 bytes of memory is occupied. That you need to understand here. Fine. Now, apart from that, if I don't specify, maybe I'll say some random number. This is a real number, right? And I want to store. I will give here, maybe I'll say here a real number. That is a type, a variable name I have given. It is just a variable name. Type of data I have not specified. And since we are using Java in this, so in Java, C, C++, a strongly typed programming languages, it is compulsory for us to specify the type of the data. I'm going to just do one thing. I'll say here, create a local variable. See, the default data type, if you don't specify, it is double. So if there is a real number, we can go with float and double. If you go with float, 4 bytes of memory. If you go with double, 8 bytes of memory. And the default data type, if you don't specify explicitly for any of the real number, is always double. That's about the real number. Now let's talk on the Boolean data type. Using Boolean data type, you can store only 2 values. One is true or false. Example, if I have true to be stored, then I can go with the maybe any variable name. I'll say maybe A. It is of Boolean type. Or I can go with false. Apart from these 2 things, you cannot use anything. You cannot use anything here. Either true or false. Nothing apart from that. No number, nothing within the double quote, single quote, nothing. Only true, that too in the lowercase, only false. Apart from this, nothing can be used. But if I go with Boolean, how many bytes of memory would be occupied? There is no fixed bytes here. It is JVM specific. There is nothing called as fixed number of bytes which will be occupied here. There is no documentation also for that available. So if I go with Boolean, I can use true or false. What will be the situation which you will understand going forward in the operators class also. It is also very crucial data type. Whenever you want to check if something is happening or not, we may have to use it. It is very crucial data type which we will understand. For now, Boolean means true I can store, false I can store. That is more than sufficient for you to understand. Apart from that, we do have one more which is char. Whenever we have a characters to be stored, any character it could be alphabets, it could be numbers, it could be any special characters, whatever special characters, anything within the single quote is considered as a character. This is a character. If I write even number, but if that number is there within the single quote, it is a character. It is one character. And if you want to store that in your Java application, and if you want to use any of the primitive data type, then you have the option of char. Variable name, maybe I'll give it as some character, whatever the variable name, doesn't matter. So let me use it as A, and the type of the data is char. So this is value, this is the variable name, and this is the type of data. Behind the scene, 2 bytes of memory would be occupied here. 2 bytes of memory. And here also, it is not considered as a number now. It is a character. Maybe I'll store in a variable called as B with char. Can we write are multiple characters within the single quote? No, it is invalid. It should be a single character. It must be in single quotes. Writing the single quote is also mandatory. And how many bytes of memory behind the scene? 2 bytes of memory. This fundamentals for now is sufficient. Again, in my Java playlist, I am going to talk detail on the data type. What is the difference between ASCII format, Unicode format? What is the need of character data type? What is the work of the data types? I am going to specify in detail. For now, in our series to continue in the DSA part, this fundamentals on the data type is more than sufficient. If you have whole number, go with int. If you have a real number, go with double or float. If you have something to store in true or false, go with boolean. If we have any characters, then we can go with char. What if we have a collection of data which is of string? What if we have large volume of data in one place? We may have to specify which is array. About this separately we are going to have the discussion. They are non-primitive. They are considered as objects in Java. How to store collection of data, how to store collection of characters within double quotes, arrays, strings, collections, linked list. All those things we are going to talk going forward in this series. This is about fundamentals of data types. Why we have to learn data types, what is a data type, how we can use it, what is the difference among them. Fundamentally, I hope you have got the clarity. It is more than sufficient to go ahead in this series. Again, there is a lot of scope to talk in data types also. In my paid batches, if you're already part of it, if your friend is part of it, you can ask. I will have a detailed hours of discussion on data type. Not needed right now. Maybe in my Java series, if you want more than this to be learned, that will be discussed. I felt this is more than sufficient to go ahead in this series. So thank you so much for being with me in this video. Let's learn more in the upcoming videos. Please do subscribe this channel. Please do like the video and also share among your friends. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. Hello and welcome back. So far we understood what is a variable, need of data type and data types in Java, especially the primitive data types which Java supports. Now it's time to understand one more important and crucial topic, which is operators, which are there to make developers' life easy. Operators, data types, variables, these are the generic concept. Most of the things are same irrespective of the programming language. Operators are there to make the developer's life easy. Whenever you want to perform certain operation, you can perform those operation without using the operators. But if you go with operators, your life will be easy. So Java supports, there are certain unary operators, assignment operators, arithmetic, relational, logical and bitwise operator, which we are going to explore one by one. For an instance, to start with, suppose I have a value here. I have created one variable number. Whatever name you want, you can give. To this variable, I am going to attach value 5. No problem. So since we are learning Java, we are into Java, type of data we may have to specify must and should for us. And I would like to go with int. Great. Behind the scene, for you, memory will be created by the name num. Whatever variable name you have given, you can give. I have given num, nothing technical here. You can give your girlfriend name also, not a problem. Fine. But give the relevant name. So inside this, assignment operator equal to means whatever is there in the right side, that will be assigned to left side. That means inside num, 5 will be assigned. Great. Now there is a requirement. I need to perform one operation. Whatever current value of this variable is there, I may have to increment that by 1. Maybe the initial value is 5 and the situation arises wherein I have to increment the current value of this particular variable by 1. What is the big deal in this? What I'm going to do is take this variable num, that means whatever data is there inside this variable, plus 1. Very simple. Whatever is the total result, I will store back in this variable. That means when control comes here, equal to operator. Equal to means always first right side. Inside num we have 5 plus 1, which is 6, and 6 will be assigned inside this variable. Now here inside this num variable, 5 will not be there, 6 will be there. Also, I hope you are aware at a time a variable can hold only one data, one value. If new value adds to a variable, old value will be overridden. Old value will not be there anymore. Fine. I hope it is making sense. Now, the moment you do this, 5 will become 6. Very easy, right? I can just increment the existing value of a variable by 1. However, this operation is very common and we may have to perform many times as a programmer. To make our life easy, Java or any programming language says that such common operations, if you want to perform, we support you with the concept of operators. For an instance, whatever operation I am performing here, if I can do in Java, if I have to do or if I have to increase a existing value of a particular variable by 1, instead of me writing this entire expression, I can just say whatever data is there inside num, please increment by 1 by just adding plus plus. If I want to increase the value of a data which is there inside num variable, I can say minus minus, which is called as decrement operator, which is called as increment operator. About these operators separately, I'm going to have a proper discussion. To start with, I hope I'm just trying to make you understand the purpose of operators, what are operators and why they are there, just to make the programmer's life, developer's life easy. Most or all the programming languages supports with the concept of operators, so that the common operations you can perform easily by making use of such operators. One such example you have seen here. Fine. So likewise, we have other operators: arithmetic, relational, logical, bitwise. One by one, we may have to explore. Let's start with the operator called as increment and decrement operator, and then we shall move ahead in this journey. Please make sure to like the video, please subscribe the channel, and also let your friends know who want to learn Java fundamentals and DSA. Going forward, anyway, I am coming up with the detailed Java series, one-stop solution for Java, wherein I am going to start from the absolute scratch to the advanced level, all the new features in very detailed way. Fine. So thank you so much for being with me in this video. We will meet again in the upcoming videos and explore more on the concepts of operators in Java. Hello and welcome back. Let's start the journey of operators with increment and decrement operator, which comes under the unary operators category. Unary operator means such operator which will be applied on single operand. That means if you want to perform any of the operation on single operand, operand referring to the value or you can say data. For an instance, if I say 10 plus 2, of course the result is 12. Here 10 and 2 is operands and plus is a operator. I hope you are understanding these terms, which are very, very important. Plus is a operator. 10 and 2, no 2, this value is there, no, that is only called as operand. Now, right now, in order to perform this particular operation, we have used two operands, 10 and 2. Two operands are used. That means plus comes under the binary operator category. It is an arithmetic operator, which we will see going forward. Now, increment and decrement operator, they come under the category of unary operator, which operates on single operand. That means if you have single data, on this only you may have to apply. What exactly this is, let's understand. Whenever you want to increment the value, like the way we have seen in the last video, for an instance, I am going to create one variable which is a number. Int is a data type. Variable name I'll give it as A. Inside this variable, I am going to add the data 5. Behind this, in what happens here, inside this variable A, 5 will be added. Now the requirement arises. We may have to increment the existing value of this variable by 1. This operation is very common operation in Java. What is the big deal? As we have discussed in the last video, I will say whatever data is there inside the A, add 1. Increment by 1, right? The total result I can store back in A. So inside A we have 5 plus 1. total will be 6. 6 you're storing back inside the A. So right now we will have here 6. Now if you want to increment the existing value of a variable by 1, you may have to write this expression. Since this operation of increasing the existing value of a variable by 1 is a common operation in Java, what they have done is, instead of writing this entire expression, we can go with a operator called as whatever is a variable name, you just have to use plus plus. The operator name is not a plus plus. A is a variable name. Since I have given the variable name A, the operator is plus plus. If you have given the variable name n, it is n plus plus. Now the moment you say plus plus, A plus plus, the existing value of A will increment by 1. It will not increment by 2 or 3, it will increment by 1. That means whatever is happening inside this expression, same thing will happen here. Now my dear friends, to add this operator, that means to operate on this variable, we have used this plus plus operator. Now wherever this plus plus operator is implemented, have we used two operands here? No, we have applied this particular operator on single operand. Operand means value. On single operand we have applied this operator, hence we call this as a unary operator. However, in the process you have understood plus plus means the existing value which is there inside this variable will be incremented by 1. Same goes with respect to decrement. If I say variable name, any variable name in that matter, minus minus, if I say whatever data is stored inside this variable will be decremented by 1. Example, if I want to decrement the value of A by 1, I just have to say A minus minus. Making sense? We also have something called as post increment, post decrement. What is the difference here? And post pre-increment, pre-decrement, how they are working, and we may have to understand that, which is very very crucial here. Before I even get into that, let me show you whatever we have done here. Let me open the IDE here. For an instance, I will say here integer type A equals to 5. Integer type, maybe the variable name I will give it as A equals to 5. Great. And I will say A plus plus. Now you can see after I assign A, I will print system.out.println A. System.out.println is a statement in Java which we use to print something on the console, right? As in when you use the Java, it is very easy. It's not very lengthy also. There are shortcuts available in every IDE which we use. In Eclipse IDE, the shortcut is very simple. Sysout control space. Sysout control space. That means I want to print whatever values there inside the A on my console when I run the program. That is the meaning of it. Fine. Now after I increment, again I would like to print the value of A. Before I increment, let me print first. Let me just go here, right click. I'll say here run as Java application. I'm going with basic by considering the novices who are very beginner, absolute beginner in this journey with us. So you can see on the console, we have got the result as 5. After I told A plus plus, I'm going to do here system.out.println A. Now please print the value of A. Let me just execute my Java program, right click, run as Java application. And I'm going to just print here. You can see we have got 6. That means whatever value data was there inside A, that got incremented by 1. Same goes with minus minus. So let me just go here. A minus minus. Minus minus means decrement the value of A by 1. Whatever existing value is there inside the A, we may have to decrement that by 1. So let me just go here. Right click. These are very simple operators, but again very crucial. You should have the clarity. So only I'm putting here some efforts by considering the absolute beginners. You can see initial value of A was 5. Later I have told A plus plus. After I said A plus plus, I'm trying to print, I got the value as 4. These are the unary increment and decrement operator. Now here only we have something called as post increment, post decrement, pre-increment, pre-decrement. We have post increment, we have pre-increment, we have post decrement, we have pre-decrement. Fine. What do you mean by that? First variable, first operand, maybe I'll say here. Then if I say plus plus, it is post increment operator. It's a variable name. A is variable name, not a part of operator. Operator is plus plus. Whatever variable name you give, that variable name plus plus. It is post increment. First you use the value operand, then increment. Pre-increment plus plus A. Post decrement, use the variable name minus minus, later the operator. Pre-decrement minus minus, later variable name. What is the difference? Let's try to understand with respect to the code here. I would like to go here and you can say I have told A minus minus. If I say A minus minus, it is post decrement. If I go here and run my Java application, you can see here initial value of A was 5. It got decremented to 4. Wonderful. Now if I say minus minus A, that is pre-decrement. Pre-decrement. Now if I run here, run as Java application, on your screen you can notice we are getting 4. Whether I say A minus minus or minus minus A, pre or post, both of them are decrementing the value of that particular variable by 1. That particular variable by 1, right? Now same goes with A plus plus. I'll say here plus plus A. That means first I'm using pre-increment operator I'm applying here. I'll go here, right click, and I will say run as Java application. On your screen you can see here 5. Later that value got incremented to 6. If I say A plus plus, I'll go here, right click, run as Java application, and you can notice the output. Initially it was 5, it got incremented to 6. Now the question comes here is whether I use pre-increment or post-increment. Both of them are incrementing the existing value of that variable by 1. Same goes for decrement also. Whether I use pre-decrement or post-decrement, both of them are decrementing the value of that variable by 1. But where is the difference? Why we have post and pre? The difference comes whenever you want to assign the data into a different variable. And this is one of the common code snippets during the interviews also. Try to understand here. For an instance, if I say integer type of a variable, inside this I'm adding 5. Behind the scene, variable a will be created, 5 will be added. Great. Again I'm creating one more variable, integer type of b. A b variable is created, no data right now. What I'm going to do is a plus plus I will say, and whatever is the result I will assign back to b. Great. Again I'll go here, let me write one more code snippet here, please observe it. As you can see on your screen, I have told plus plus a here. What happens, please understand. Since you have told here the first line, inside the a 5 will be assigned. Second line you created the variable here. Third line you have told equal to operator. That means first the right side, then the left side part comes into picture. Right hand side, what are you doing? You have told increment the value of a. That is fine. Understand here, is it post or pre? If it is post, whatever value of a is there, no, that will be used first. Later the incrementation will happen. So the value of a is 5. 5 will be assigned to b. 5 will be assigned. Later a value has to be incremented. So a value will become 6. Fine. What happens here? First line, inside the a 5 will be assigned. Second line, b variable created. Third line, equal to operator, right to left. Right hand side you're telling plus plus a. Increment the value, but you are using pre-increment. That means first you increment the value of a, later that value you assign. Later 6 will be assigned here. Making sense? I will take more examples here also. Post means first you use, later you increment. Pre means first increment, later you use it. However, whether it is a post or pre, existing value of that particular variable, which is a, that is getting incremented. Here also from 5 it is becoming 6. Here also from 5 it is becoming 6. When you are trying to assign that in a different variable, that's where the difference is coming into picture here. Let me take one more, or two more code snippets we will try to understand here, and same code snippets we will try to run and execute and check whether it is matching our understanding or not. Allow me a minute. Let me just write that code snippet here. As you can see on your screen, I have taken two basic code snippets here. What happens here in the example number 1? Inside a variable number a, variable name by the name a, 5 will be assigned. Second line, you're creating the variable which is b. Third line, equal to operator, first right side, then the left side part comes into picture. Right side, what are you telling? Increment the value of a by 1. A plus plus means whatever values there inside the a, you increment. But is it post or pre? It is post. First use the value of a. I will use it. Later you increment. That means 5 value will be incremented to 6. This plus is there, addition plus, as it is I will keep it. Next part, I am going to say here increment the value of current value of a by 1. But is it post or pre? It is post. Use the current value. Current value of a is 6. Later you increment it. That means 6 will become 7. So here both the cases, a value from 5 to 6 it became 6 to 7. That is incrementing. Plus is there, plus as it is. Is it pre or post? It is pre. First increment the value of a by 1. That means what is the value of a currently? 7. 7 will become 8. Later use that 8. Now if you add 5 plus 6, it is 11. 11 plus 8, it is 19. 19 will be assigned here. If you say system.out.println, please print and show me what is there inside the variable by the name a. System.out.println, what is there inside the variable by the name? Here the output will be 8. Here the output will be 19. Let's take example number 2. In the example number 2, inside a, 5 is been assigned. B, as of now nothing. Equal to operator, first right side. Now increment is there. Is it pre or post? It is pre. First increment the existing value of a by 1. 5 will become 6. Later use that 6 here. Plus is there, plus as it is. Then it is decrement. But is it pre or post? It is post. Use the current value of a as it is. 6 is the current value of a. Later you decrement it. That means 6 will become 5. Decrement means existing value should be decremented by 1. So 6 became 5. Plus is there, plus as it is. Now decrement, it is pre-decrement. First you decrement. 5 will become 4. Later you use it. Again plus is there, plus as it is. Now again a plus plus here. That means first you use the value of a. Current value of a is 4. Later you increment it. It will become 5. Now if you add 6 plus 6, 12, plus 4, 16, plus 4, 20. 20 will be assigned here. If you try to check system.out.println inside the a, the output will be 5. System.out.println inside the b, the output will be 20. Let's check if this is the case. I would like to write the code and let me show you. Let me open the IDE. As you can see, the first code snippet which we had written there, I have included that here. Let me just run here. Right click, run as Java application. If I just run this, you can see here the value of a is 8. The value of b is 19. That is what we had derived from the first code snippet. When it comes to second code snippet, what we had got it, I have told b equals to, it was, let me just cross check what is that code snippet and write it down here. As you can see, I have included the same code snippet which we have taken in example number 2. And let me just run this here. If I just right click, run as Java application. On your screen, you can see we have got a value 5 and b value 20, which is exactly what we have understood. If there is any ambiguity, you can rewatch this video. Also, you can watch this video in 1.5x speed. Whenever you are rewatching, you'll get the idea. Here, it's not the stop. There is a lot. Even if you want, you can explore more code snippets and try to understand this. But I hope fundamentally, what is increment operator? What is decrement operator? What do you mean by unary operator? What is operand? What is operator? What is operation? I hope this clarity you have got in this video in the process of understanding increment and decrement operator. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. Make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, and also share with your friends so that they can also understand this. Thank you so much. Again, we'll meet in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will understand about arithmetic operators, which are very basic. It comes under binary operators. That means in order to use this operator, two operands are required. That is, two values are required. For an instance, if I want to use plus operator, plus comes under arithmetic operator. I need two operands. Two operands means two value. Example, 10 plus 2. Only then I can perform the addition here. So this operator can be applied on two operands. Operands means such a value on which operator is used to operate or to perform the operation. Fine. We have discussed this in the fundamentals of operators also. However, this comes under the binary operator. That means two operands or two values are needed in order to perform the operation. Here we have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus. Very simple they are. Addition to add two numbers, division to subtraction to subtract two numbers, multiplication it will multiply two numbers, division it will divide first number by second, and then we have modulo which will give us the remainder whenever you perform the division. Let's directly understand by opening the Eclipse IDE and see what happens here very quickly. Let me open the Eclipse IDE. As you can see, I have opened the Eclipse IDE. For an instance, if I have two values here, integer type number 1 equals to 10 and integer type number 2 equals to 20, and if I want to just perform the addition, very simple, number 1 plus number 2, whatever is the result, I will store back inside a variable called as res, which is again of integer type. This is the addition operator which comes under arithmetic. They are very basic. No addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, what you have learned in your primary school days. Same here also. I will print system.out.println, and if I just have to print here system.out.println res, that means result, and if I run this program, you can see on your screen you will be getting the result as 30, which is 10 plus 20 is 30. Fine. Directly also you can check directly by printing the values. Every time you need not to store in a variable and then perform the operation. Right now we are here to just check the operators. So directly let me write the values here. If I just say here 10 minus 2, of course the result will be 8 here. So if I have to just run this application, let me run it, which you can see on your screen. Let me say always save. Okay. And if I just run, you can see 8 we are getting. Similarly, if I have to perform the other operations, let me just write down the code here. As you can see, I have written the basic code here. 10 minus 2 is 8. 10 into 2 is 20. 10 divided by 2, it is 5, right? So 2 5s are 10. So hence it is 10 divided by 2 is 5. They are basic addition, subtraction and multiplication operators which you can perform whenever there is a need of performing such basic operations. These operators can be used. One important operator here, which is modulo operator, or you can say modulus, which is important here, which you need to understand. So modulo operator will give you a reminder. For an instance, if I say system.out.println, if I say here 10 and I will say here mod 2, 10 mod 2. If you divide 10 by 2, what will be the reminder which you will be getting it? So let me just run this application. If I run this application, you can see on your screen you are getting 0. 0 is the reminder. What do you mean by that? In your childhood, in your school primary math, you might have learned this, a way to divide the numbers. I want to divide 10. So I'll say here by 2. 2 5s are 10. The reminder is 0. Modulo operator will give you this reminder. For an instance, suppose I have 20 here and I want to divide by 10. I'll say here 10 2s are 20. The reminder is 0. The modulo operator will give you 0. Making sense? Now if I just have to say here, for an instance, I will say here 3 and I will say here 3s are 9. The reminder is 1. So modulo operator will give you 1. This result will be given by the modulo operator. Same thing you will see. Let me open the Eclipse IDE. Now you can see 10 mod 2. The reminder will be 0. The output here will be 0. If I have to say system.out.println, I will say 20 mod 10. That means if you divide 20 by 10, 10 twos are 20, the remainder will be 0 here. You can notice the output also. If I just have to run this, and you can see output is 0 again. Now if I have to say system.out.println, and I would like to just say here maybe 10 mod 3. 10 mod 3. Of course, if you try to divide 10 by 3, the remainder will be 1. Because 3 3s are 9, the balance will be 1, the remainder will be 1. That will be the output here. Let me just run here. See, we are getting it. One more important part which you need to understand here is whenever the numerator value, the first value is greater than the second value, the denominator value, first value is greater than the second value, then it will divide and give you the remainder. However, if I have to say here, maybe 10, and I'll say mod 20, 10 mod 20. If the first value is less than the second value, then it will not give the remainder. Whatever is there is the first value, that will be the output here. I will say here, the output here will be 10. For an instance, if I just have to say here, 3 mod, maybe I'll say here 5. The output here will be 3. So whenever the first value is greater than the second value, then it will divide the first value by second value, and whatever is the remainder, it will give you. For an instance, 10 mod 2. That means 10 will be divided by 2, and whatever remainder you will get, that remainder will be the output. If you divide 10 by 2, the remainder will be 0. Nothing will be balanced. If you divide 10 by 3, 3 3s are 9, 1 will be the remainder. Fine. However, right now, the first value, the numerator, or you can say first value is less than the second value, then the output will be the first value itself. It will not give you the remainder. Let me just run this program, and you can see here 10 we are getting, 3 we are getting. Why? Because the first value is less than the second value. This also about the modulo operator, which you need to understand, which will be helpful for going forward. That's all for this video. These are very basic operators when it comes to especially the arithmetic operation. If you want to perform any of the basic arithmetic operators or operations, then definitely you can use either of these operators. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. We will meet again in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Now let's understand about assignment and compound assignment operator. It is basic assignment operator and compound assignment, what they are. About the assignment operator, we have already seen. Example, whenever there is a variable, inside this, if I want to assign some value, we use assignment operator, basic assignment operator, which is equal to. Equal to operator will assign whatever is there in the right side to the left hand side. Since it is a Java, I may have to specify the type of data. I have specified here as 10. So behind the scene, one variable will be created by the name A. Inside A, 10 will be assigned. So this equal to operator in Java is used to assign whatever data we have on the right hand side to the left hand side. Fine. However, compound assignment is slightly different. Before I get into this, I want you to understand this also. For an instance, I have a requirement that I may have to store marks of 5 students. I can create 5 variables, integer type of maybe M1, integer type of M2, integer type of M maybe 3. Similarly, I'll create till M4 and M5. Option number 1. Since all these variables has same data type, I can declare the variable in this style also. Integer type of M1, M2, M3, M4 and M5. This M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, they are the variable names. Whatever names you want, you can give. That is not a matter of concern. And this is called as variable declaration. Fine. We have not yet initialized the value. Variable initialization means you have declared the variable. You have specified there is a variable which is of integer type. That means inside this variable, we can add integer type of value. Now there is something called as variable initialization. I will say here M1 equals to 10. That means now I am initializing. So 2 ways you can do. Directly you can declare a variable, for an instance n, and also initialize at one point. Fine, there is a difference comes into picture, which you will understand going forward in instance variable, local variable. But for now, this is both declaration and initialization. Now, if I just say int is a type of n, it is just a declaration. And to that n, if I assign some value, it is initialization. Declaration, initialization. This is both declaration as well as the initialization. I hope this fundamental also is clear. Also, we have one more option. Whenever you have maybe multiple variables which will hold the same value, this may not very often you come across in the real instances, but just in case, this option is also available. I'm trying to talk on that. Maybe all 5 students have same marks. First of all, you have created 5 variables of same type to store students' marks, and all of them have got same marks. So what you can do here is, I can say maybe all of them have got 45. I'll say 45, assign it to M5. Whatever is there in the M5, assign it back to M4. Whatever is there in the M4, assign it back to, M3, M2. Like this also you can assign. All the variables will have same data 45. For which, let me just show you on the Eclipse IDE. I have opened the Eclipse IDE. Also, there are multiple suggestions to use the VS Code or IntelliJ. IDE is not a major matter of concern. You can use any of the IDE of your own choice, especially for the core Java DSA, unless if you want to develop some application. Since Java developer very often use Eclipse or IntelliJ IDEs, so I am going with Eclipse. There is no problem even if you want to use some other IDE. That should not be matter of concern. Fine. So let me just create some variables here. M1. As you can see, I have created the 5 variables. Now I can assign like this. Maybe I'll say here M5 equals to maybe 44. And whatever is data is there inside the M5, I can give it to M4, which again I can assign back to M3, and again I can assign that back to M2, and again I can assign that back to M1. Fine, this syntax is also a valid syntax. Very often you may not come across, but this option is also available. Now you can print and check all these variables. It will have the same value. Let me print and show you. As you can see, I'm going to print now. If I just have to run this program, and you can notice the output, all of them have the same value of 44. This is also possible here. And in order to assign a data in Java, we use equal to operator. Whatever is there on the right hand side, that will be assigned to the left hand side. And from the beginning, this assignment by default, we are trying to understand. Likewise, we have one more operator which is called as compound assignment, or you can say compound assignment operators. What exactly this is, please try to understand here. When it comes to compound assignment operator, if you want to increment any value of a variable by 1, of course, we can go with plus plus. If you want to decrement, then minus minus you can use it, which is increment and decrement operator. Now assume that inside a variable I have 5. That means inside a 5 is there. The requirement is I want to add 10 to this 5. That means I want to make it 15. So what you can do, whatever data is there inside the a plus 10. Whatever is the total result, I will store back inside the a. That means 5 is the existing value plus 10. 15 will be assigned back to a. Inside the a, we will have 15 here. So instead of writing this expression, what you can do here is you can say a plus equal to 10. You need not to write this expression. That means while assigning this 10 to a, add this 10 to the current value of a, then assign. While you assigning, please make sure you add this 10 to the existing value of a, then you assign it. So whatever is happening here, same thing will happen here also. Similar to this, we have a. If you want to multiply something, that means 10 will be multiplied with the current value of a, right? For the division also we have, for the subtraction also we have, for the modulo also we have this compound assignment operator. Let me show you by directly writing the code on the IDE. As you can see, I have opened the Eclipse IDE. Let me just create a variable a equals to 5. And if I just have to print maybe system.out.println, what is the current value of a? Of course, you know very well it is 5 by default. Now the requirement is I want to make it 15. I'll say here a plus 10. That means whatever value of a is there, add 10 to it and finally store back the result in a. And now if I have to check back system.out.println, please print the value of a. You can check here. You'll be getting the output as 15. That means a, already 5 was there, plus 10, 15, totally assigning back to a. Instead of this, I'm going to write here, you can see here, a, while assigning equal to 10, I will say. That means 10 at the time of assigning to a, add the 10 to the existing value of a. Current value of a is 5 here. And to the 5, please add this 10. Of course, the output will be 15 here. Let me run this program. You can see the output is 15 here. Fine. Initially it was 5 and later it is 15. Similar to this, we also have a, current value of a. Okay. At the time of assigning, multiply with 10. That means 10 at the time of assigning to a, multiply with the existing value of a. Consider this is commented. That means it is not a part of the code. Still the current value of a is 5 only. So 5 is the current value of a. So at the time of assigning 10, multiply with the value of 5, which is value of a, which is 5. 10 into 5 and then assign the result. So what will be assigned? 10 into the current value of a is 5. So 10 into 5 is 50. 50 will be assigned here. So if I have to just run this, you can notice on your screen. See, we are getting 50 here. So now same goes for the division also. If I have to say here, maybe I will say here, you can say the same goes for the division and subtraction also. In fact, I will say here a minus equals to, I will say 10 here. Fine. So 10, you can run this program and check. If I have to run this program, you can notice we are getting it as minus 5. That means, of course, a value is 5. 5 minus 10 is of course minus 5. Making sense? If I have to make it maybe 15. 15 minus 10 is of course it will be 5 this time. If I have to run this program, you can notice it is 5. Making sense? Now let me just make it division. A, maybe I'll say divide equals to maybe by 3, I will say. Fine. The current value of a is 10 divided by 3. At the time of adding, please divide and add. If I have to run this program, you can see on your screen, we are getting the output. Okay, there is an error because I have not used the semicolon. Let me just use it. And if I just have to run this program, you can see on your screen, you are getting the output as 5. That means 15 divided by 3 is 5. So at the time of 3 getting assigned to a, whatever the current value of a, that will be divided by 3 and the final result will be assigned here. This is only called as this is only called as compound assignment operator. We do have this for the modulo operator also. For an instance, I'll say mod a, I'll say mod equals to, maybe I'll say here 3. That means 15, if you try to divide by 3, what will be the remainder? Remainder will be 0 because 3 5s are 15 and the remainder will be 0. The output will be 0 here. If I have to just run this and if you just notice the output, it is 0. And if I make maybe a value as 10, if you divide by 3, the remainder will be 1. 3 3s are 9 and the remainder will be left out is 1. Modulo operator we have understood in the previous video. So if I have to just run this, we can notice we are getting 1. Now I hope you got the clarity on the compound assignment operator. We have seen simple basic assignment operator and the compound assignment operators. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. Please do like, subscribe and also share these videos with your friends and peers. Again, we'll meet in the next video and try to understand more on operators. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will try to understand relational operators, which are very crucial. Before I get into this, I would like to highlight that whatever fundamentals we are learning right now, we are going to use that. It is the start of the journey. It is not that one video we have understood any of these concepts, whether it is a variable, data type or any of the operator, that is the end. That is the actual start of the journey. These operators I'm going to use very often going forward in our classes. So you will be used to it. Now coming to the relational operators, it comes under the category of the binary operator. That means if you want to operate using the relational operators, you need two operands. That means you need two values. Apart from that, these relational operators results in Boolean value, true or false. What do you mean by that? Let's try to understand. When it comes to relational operators, we have double equal to operator, which is used to compare two values. We have less than, we have greater than operator, less than or equal to operator, greater than or equal to operator, not equal to operator. How they are working, we may have to see to it. Also, one point I would like to highlight here, you can join the WhatsApp channel. The link you can find in the comment section, also in the community post of this YouTube, and you will get the channel for the regular updates, what is happening, how many videos have been uploaded. In this WhatsApp channel, you will get the regular updates. You can find the link in the community post, also in the comment section also. Now let's get started. Suppose I have a variable here, integer type of n1, number 1 equals to 10. Great. Integer type of n2, number 2, maybe it is 20. Now I want to check whatever data is there in n1, is it equal to whatever data we have inside the n2. It is not comparing the variables, it is comparing the data which is present inside these variables. Fine. So now it will result in true or false. Inside n1 we have 10, inside n2 we have 20. Is n1 10 equal to 20? The answer is false. It will result in true or false. That is Boolean. Boolean can store only true or false. We have understood that in the data types concept. Now directly also you can check. You need not to store every time. This is just one of the example. Maybe you can just say here, is 10 equal to 10? Of course, this will result in a Boolean data called as true, because this is true. So basically what I'm trying to say here is double equal to operator is used to compare two values, whether they are equal or not. Coming to the less than, it will just check. For an instance, whatever data we have inside the variable by the name n1, is it less than whatever data we have inside the n2. So inside the n1 we have 10, inside the n2 we have 20. Is 10 less than 20? It will result in Boolean value. Now which Boolean value it will result in? It will result in true Boolean value. Making sense? Similarly, is n1, whatever data we have inside this variable, is it greater than whatever data we have inside this n2 variable? Of course not. Inside n1 10. Is 10 greater than the 20? No, it will result in false. I hope it is making sense. Now also we have less than or equal to operator. Is data inside n1, is it less than or equal to n2? This less than or equal to, it will check either one condition. For an instance, n1 which is 10, right, is 10 less than n2 which is 20? If it is less than, it will not check for the equal. It will just check any one. Here it will give you true. Let me give some value only instead of n1, n2. Whether you store the data inside n1 and then use the n1 or directly use the value, that should not be a matter of concern here. Now what I'm trying to say here is, if I have to just go and let me just try to explain you here. If I say is 10 less than or equal to 10. Now is 10 less than 10? No, it is not less than 10. At least is it equal to 10? Yes, it will result in true. Is 10 less than or equal to 15? Is 10 less than 15? No. Or at least is it equal to 15? No. Both the conditions are false here. The resultant is false. Fine. Similarly, is 10 greater than or equal to 10? Yes, it is not greater than 10, but at least it is equal to 10. It will be true. Is 10 greater than or equal to 5? Any one condition is satisfying here. It is true because 10 is greater than 5. So this greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, it will check for two things. Either one. It will not be like both of them will not be applied together. If either one is satisfying, the resultant will be true. If both of them are not satisfying, the resultant is false here. That is 10 less than 15? Yes. it will not check for whether it is equal to 15. Since already it is less than 15, here only it will result in, of course, here it is not false. This will result in true. Fine. Here, is 10 greater than or equal to 10? Is it greater than 10? No. Then it will check whether it is equal to 10. Yes. Any one condition is satisfying, it is true. Making sense? Let's see if this is the case. We'll try to understand by using the IDE. Let me open the Eclipse IDE here. As you can see, I have opened the IDE. I'll do one thing here. Integer type of n1 equals to 10. And similarly, integer type of number 2 equals to 20 is the data. And now I will be checking here, is n1 equal to n2. The resultant is boolean. If you want, you can store that inside a boolean data type. I'll say here boolean type of result. And if you want, you can just system.out.println, print whatever is there inside the res. And right now, whatever data we have inside this is n1. This is 10 equal to 20. No, this will result in false. False will be returned to this variable. And if you print here, the output will be false. So let me just try to run this application. If I just run this, and you can notice here, you will be getting the output as false. If you want, you can just compare result. You can store in a boolean data type and directly you can print, or else you can just go here and check in this way also. Not a problem. Directly values I'm checking, because we are learning here the operator, whether it is resulting in true or false. Now I'm going to check, is 10 less than 10? Is 10 less than 10? Now what will be the answer here? It will be false again. It will be false. Again, I will check system.out.println. Is my 10 greater than maybe 5? Is 10 greater than 5? So output will be here true, which you can see here. Let me just run. And you can notice here, we are getting it as false for this, and true for this. As you can see, I have written few expressions here and I expect you to answer here. So now, is 10 greater than 10? No. I am using here greater than or equal to. Any one will be checked. Is 10 greater than 10? No. At least, is it equal to 10? Yes. Any one condition is satisfying. Here the result would be true. Fine. Now, is 10 greater than 14? No. Is it equal to 14? No. Both the conditions are not satisfying. The resultant will be false here. Okay. And again here, is 5 less than or equal to 4? No. Both the conditions are false here. The resultant is also false. Is 5 less than 6? Yes. If it is already less than 6, it will not check for equal. Any one condition will be checked. And here it is true. Now, not equal to. Is 10 not equal to 10? No, that will be false here. So it is false because 10 is equal to 10, right? So now let me just run this application and you can notice here, starting we have false, false. If I have to go here, 2 false, then true, true, again false, false, and true, false at the last. Fine. As per our discussion, the same is the output also. Fine. So now this relational operators are there to relate two numbers and the resultant is boolean. It will just check or compare two numbers, whether they are equal, whether they are less than or equal, greater than or equal, not equal. Just compare and check between two operands and the resultant will be a boolean data. Now, what is the use case of this will be the question. The use case we will see in the conditionals, in our loops, in our pattern programming logic, and going forward in our programming also, whatever logic which we are going to develop. So this is the start of relational operators. Going forward, we are going to use it. Fundamentally, if you have understood what is relational operator and if you have picture in your mind, that is more than sufficient. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, also comment so that I'll get the motivation to create more videos. Thank you so much, guys. We'll meet again in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will try to understand logical operators which are very crucial. One point I would like to highlight. Going forward, we are going to use these operators or whatever fundamentals we are learning extensively, and you will have a good hold on this. For now, just try to understand how they work. Fine. Now to start with, AND operator is represented in Java with double ampersand symbol. And what exactly it will do, please check here. AND operator in Java, if you want to use this, it is double ampersand. Suppose you have some expression here, some operation you're performing. Again, you're performing one more operation. It could be any number. If I'm writing 3, it is not 3, it could be n. What is the result we may have to understand? Suppose the first operation which you will perform here is resulting in false, right? The second also, and second whatever operation you perform here, that is also resulting in false, and the third is resulting in false, and the fourth, so on. Whatever operations you're performing, if everything is resulting in false, then the end result will be false. What do we mean by that? For an instance, I'm checking here, is 10 less than 10? Of course, this will result in false. And is 10 greater than 10? 10 is not greater than 10, right? Some expression, something you're doing here, which is resulting in Boolean value false. And maybe I'll say here, 5 is not equal to 5. 5 is not equal to 5, or any other operation which you are performing, doesn't matter what. If all of them are resulting in false, and in between if you have used ampersand symbol, then the end result is always false. First point about it. The second point here which you need to understand, if some expression you are performing, the resulting in true, and second expression true. Similarly, all the expressions are true, one expression is false. Then in that case, the entire result will be false. The real use case in the conditionals, if else, also in my pattern programming logic extensively I'm going to use this. Fine. Just try to understand how much ever I'm telling here. That is, if I'm telling is 10 less than 8 and is 10 equal to 10, and is 10 greater than maybe 12. This is true. 10 is, of course, this is false. So what I'm going to do here, maybe I'll make it here 8. Okay. Maybe this is false. 10 is not less than 8. And is 10 equal to 10? It is true. And is 10 greater than 8? It is also true. So on. If all of the operations are true, if even one is also false, then the entire result will be false here. Fine. Now again, if all of them are true, suppose some operation I'll perform here which is resulting in true, and one more operation I'll perform which is resulting in true, and one more operation resulting in true. All the operations are resulting in true, then the end result will be true. So what I'm trying to say here is, AND operator, the entire resultant will be true if everything is true. In between, if one is also false, the result is false. Making sense? If all of them are false, the result is false. So it will give you true if all the expressions which you are performing, if it is resulting in true. For an instance, if I say here, is my 10 equal to 10, it is true. And is 10 less than 14, it is true. And is 10 greater than 8, of course it is true. This is also resulting in true and true and true. So the resultant will be true here. What is the real case of this? Very soon you are going to see in the conditional if else also in my pattern programming logic also extensively. So this is about the AND. Let me just code this and show you in the Eclipse IDE. As you can see, I have created two variables here. Inside A, 10 is there. Inside B, 20 we have. So let me just try to print here. I will say system.out.println, system.out.println. Now I'll write some expressions here. Is A equal to B? Let me write some expression here. You can see here I have written three expressions here. Is A equal to B? Please check the values. Inside the A, inside the B, there are two different values. So this is false, false. And is A less than B? Yes, it is true. So false and true. Is A greater than B? No, false. False and true and false, it is resulting in false. You can check here. As we have discussed, and means if all the operations, all the expressions are resulting in true, only then the end result will be true. If one expression is also resulting in false, then the entire result will be false here. Of course, this is false, and this is true. Of course, A is less than B, and false and true and false, it is false only. Let me just run this program and you can notice you will be getting the output as false. So let me write two more expressions here. You can see here one more example I have taken. Is A less than B? Current value of A is 10. 10 is less than 20. So this is true. And is A less than or equal to B? This is also true, right? Based on whatever value we have stored inside the A and B. So both of them are resulting in true. True and true. If everything is resulting in true, the entire end result will be true. You can check here. If I just have to run this, and you can notice here, we will be getting the output as true. So what I'm trying to say here is, if all the expressions are resulting in true, the end result will be true. And if all of them are false, the end result is false. If one is also false in the entire expression, then the entire result also will be false. It will be true only in one case. If all of them are resulting in true, then only the end result will be true. What is the use case of this? How we are going to use practically in the, again I'm repeating, pattern programming, conditionals going forward, I'm going to use these operators extensively. So this is about ampersand and logical and operator. When it comes to logical or operator, please understand here, logical or operator, let me write down here, which is represented by this symbol, vertical bar, or you can also call it as the pipe. This double time you have to use it, 2 times you have to use, fine. So this is OR operator. What happens here? Suppose we have some expression here, expression 1, expression 2, expression 3. It is not just 3, 2, it could be any number, okay? What is the final result? So if first expression is resulting in true, or second is also resulting in true, or third is also resulting in true, then the total end result will be true. If all of them are true, it is true. Suppose some operation you are performing here which is resulting in false, or this is also resulting in false, or this is also resulting in false, then the entire result will be false. Now what if we have mixture? Maybe some operation, some expression is resulting in true, one more expression is resulting in false, one more expression is resulting in true, then the end result will be true. What if all of them are false, or maybe false, or if any one is true in the entire expression, still the entire result will be true here. So in case of OR operator, whatever expressions you are writing here, if all of them are resulting in false, if one is also true, the end result is always true. If all of them are true, it is always true. If one is true, many of them are false. If maybe all of them are true, one false, still it is true. It will be false only in one case. If all of them are resulting in false, only then it will lead to false. Let's try to understand with respect to the code here, whatever we had written. Let me open the Eclipse IDE. Same thing I'm going to do here. I will just reuse this code. Now you can see in place of and, I'm going to use this OR operator. Okay, I'm going to use this OR operator, this vertical bar you can use here. Here also I'm going to use OR operator. Fine. Now please see here, is A equal to B? This is false. Is A less than B? It is true. Is A greater than B? It is false. Here false or true or false. Now in case of OR operator, if one expression is also giving you true, this is false, but one expression is giving you true, then the entire resultant will be true. Fine. Now of course, is this true or true? This will be true. Let me write one more expression here. You can notice I have included one more expression. Now tell me guys, is the value of A greater than the value of B? No, this is false. Or is it greater than or equal to B? This is also false. Is it equal to B? This is also false. If all of them are resulting in false, then of course the end result will be false. Making sense? So if even one is true, the end result is true. If all of them are true, it is true. And if all of them are false, only then this will be false. This is about the OR operator. When it comes to the NOT, it is exactly opposite. If I just have to say here, not true means false, not false means true. Okay, not true means false. You can just see here, if I have to run here, true, false, these three things, whatever we have done here. Okay, true, false. And of course, the final result, if I have to print here, you can see false. Not true means false. Not false means true. Exactly opposite. So a use case of these logical operators we are going to explore in conditionals very soon and in the pattern programming. And whatever logic I am going to teach you involves extensive use of operators, conditionals, which is if and else, and the loops. The purpose is to make you good in these fundamentals so that moving forward you can be very strong in these fundamentals to develop any logic which is there in front of us. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. We will meet again in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will try to understand conditionals in Java. To start with, first we will explore if-else statement, which is very important. Basically, this concept comes into picture if you want to perform some operation or if you want to execute certain piece of code based on the condition. If the condition is satisfying, then you would like to execute that, else you want to do something else. Example, if your parents are asking you to go and get something, you will put one condition. If you give me money, I will do it. If not, I will not do it. Something similar can be done in programming also. The syntax is very simple here. You have to say if and whatever is your condition, you may have to put here. Let me put some condition of your own choice. If this condition is true, if it is satisfying, then whatever piece of code you write inside the if block, that will be executed. If the condition is false, then whatever you write inside the else block, that will be executed. In case of if-else ladder, all the blocks will not be executed. Only one block will be executed. If this is resulting in true, then whatever piece of code you write inside the if block, that will be executed. If it is resulting in false, then whatever you write inside the else block, that will be executed. For an instance, I have written one piece of code in the IDE. Let me open. As you can see, I have created a variable by the name age. Inside the age, we do have a data 17. Now I'm checking if the age is greater than or equal to 18. That means whatever data we have here, if it is greater than or equal to 18, then I would like to execute something, else I would like to do something else. So let me write one piece of code here. I will say system.out.println, and I would like to just write here, you are adult. As you can see on your screen, I have written the piece of code. So right now the age is 17. So of course, is age is 17 greater than or equal to 18? False. So this is resulting in false. If it is false, then whatever code you write inside the if block, that will not be executed. And whatever you write inside the else block, that will be executed. Inside the else block, I have written not eligible for driving license. So let's run and see if we are getting else block or if block. You can notice here, we are getting the result not eligible for driving license. That means whatever was there inside the else block. Now let me make it 18 or maybe 19 here. Now whatever data we have here, is it greater than or equal to 18? Yes, it is greater than 18. Then whatever you write inside the if block, that will be executed. You can see here, we are getting the result whatever we had written inside the if block. It could be anything, not just one statement. It could be whatever code you want to execute, not just system.out.println. We will explore with more example. One more point I would like to highlight here. Whenever you have a single line statement inside if block or else block, writing this curly bracket is optional. You can ignore this, though it is not recommended, but however, you have option to ignore. You can write directly like this. There is no problem here. Fine. But however, if it is having only single line statement, if you have more than one line, then must and should you may have to write this curly brackets. though it is recommended to use the curly brackets for the good readability. However, you do have an option to write it or ignore it. Also, I hope you have observed in case of if else, only one block is getting executed. Though we have code inside the if block also, we have code inside the else block also. Based on this condition, whether it is true or false, one specific block is getting executed. Not just this, we can put multiple conditions also here, not one condition. You can write any number of conditions and you can execute. Let me write some code here. As you can see, I have written some piece of code on your screen. Within a variable score, which is of integer type, I have stored 85. Also, I have created one more variable, which is grade by a type character. Now I'm checking if in case, if the score is greater than or equal to 19, whatever data we have inside the score, then I want to execute whatever code I have written inside the if block. Fine. Then if it is not greater than, then I have to execute whatever is there inside the else if. Now I'm putting the multiple conditions here. Automatically whatever is there inside this, that will not be executed. Again, I'm putting one more condition. Now you can see here, the score is 85. It will be checked here. Is whatever data inside the score variable, is it greater than 90? The answer is yes. It is greater than, or no, it is false actually. It is not greater than 90. It is 85 here. So of course, this is resulting in false. If it is resulting in false, then of course, whatever piece of code you have written here, that will not be executed. The matter will not go to else block directly. Again, it will come and check here. Else if, again you're checking, is it greater than 80? Yes, it is 85, right? It is greater than 80. Now, whatever piece of code you have written here, that will be executed. In the previous example, I was directly printing using the system.out.println inside the if and else block. Right now, inside this, I'm performing certain operations. Maybe this data I'm storing inside this variable. Later at the end, I will print it. There is no problem. Both of them are equal. You need not to print here. If you want, you can print here also. Grade A, grade B. There is no problem in that. I would like to just store the data inside some variable based on certain conditions. Fine. So now based on this, of course, else if this particular block will be executed. Inside the grade variable, B will be assigned. And the remaining blocks, whatever you have written, that will not be evaluated. That will not be even considered. Then of course, control will directly go outside the if else ladder. And you have here system.out.println, your grade is whatever data is there inside this variable. Now, based on whichever particular block is getting executed, the grade value has been assigned. Right now, since this block is satisfying the condition, so that means this block will be executed. So inside the grade, we have a grade by the name B. Let me execute this program here. If I execute, you can notice your grade is B. Now, if I just give here example 65, you can see here, is the score greater than 90? No. So this will not be considered. Again, I'm checking. Is it greater than 80? No. This will also not be considered. Is it greater than 70? Nope. This also will not be considered. Finally, the grade F will be given. If all of the blocks conditions are resulting in false, then finally we have else block, which will be executed. Now, if I have to run, you can notice your grade is F. I hope you are able to observe one point here. Based on the condition, only one block is getting executed. Fine. Now there will be one situation. What if more than one block is satisfying the condition? For an example, I will write here 75. Fine. Here also I will write greater than 70. Now you can please see here, the score inside this variable, we have a data 75. Whatever data we have inside this, is it greater than 90? No. So this is resulting in false. So whatever code you write here, that will not be executed. Again, you're checking. Is it greater than 70? Of course, 75 is greater than 70. So this is satisfying. Now this condition is also satisfying. Both of them are true, right? Now which will be executed? Will both the blocks will be executed? No. The first block. If this block is already satisfying the condition, the matter will not even go ahead. It will not be even checked. The other blocks will be checked only if this condition is false. Example, if all of them are maybe greater than 90, you have written the condition which may all of them may result in true. If first condition is already satisfying, it will not be evaluated. The other conditions will not be evaluated. That will not be even considered. So if this is already satisfying, if the score is greater than 70, since it is already true, the other blocks will not be even checked. That will not be considered. That is not a part of execution. Even though this is also true, it will not be even considered. Whichever the first block which is satisfying, that will be considered. Now if I have to execute, you can see you will get the score as B. You can see your grade is B, whatever code we have written here. Though this is also true, this is also true, but of course whatever is the first, that will be executed. I hope it is making sense. Let me just make it normal. Fine. Not just that, you can also do the nesting. Inside the if, you can write one more if else, else if, there is no problem. Inside this also, if you want, you can write again if else. For an instance, I will just check here, and score is, maybe I'll say here less than, or maybe I would like to say here less than 95, or maybe I would like to do one thing here. It is greater than 85, and if it is less than 100, or maybe I would like to say greater than 85, or let me do one thing here. Let me just erase it. If it is greater than 85, directly I'll not assign grade A. I'll do one thing. Again, I'll put the condition. Fine. So I would like to put the condition. If it is greater than, if the score is greater than 85, and if the score is less than, of course it is already greater than 85, it has been checked here. Now I would like to check only this much. If the score is less than or equal to 90, I would like to assign maybe some grade. Else I would like to do something else. Maybe I'll put one more condition here. If it is greater than 85, only then the matter will come inside the if block. Again, in the if block, I'm checking one more condition. Is it less than 90? Then I would like to assign, maybe it is as A. I would like to say here it is A grade. Fine. Else if I will check here, if the score is less than 95, less than or equal to 95, then I will assign the grade equals to, I will say here maybe AA, or maybe I'll say here instead of me storing that again, because in a character in Java we can store only one character, not more than one character. I would like to directly print here system.out.println. I would like to say here A plus. Fine. Else finally I would like to just print whatever data we have inside this particular variable. So I would like to just erase this, and I will say here system.out.println. I will say here A plus plus. Similarly, right now maybe I will rewrite it once again. I would like to just directly printing, because in a character we can store only one data. Let me just rewrite this. As you can see here, I am directly printing here instead of storing in a variable, because you know very well that in Java, char data type can store only one character, not more than one character. So I will not be in a position to assign A plus or A plus plus. What body is there, that is not a matter of concern. Whatever is there inside the if block, whatever is there inside the else block, is that getting executed. Now let's try to analyze here. The score right now is 75. Is the score greater than 85? Whatever data is there inside this variable, is it greater than 85? No. So whatever code you write inside the else block, that will not be executed. So whatever you write here, that will not be even evaluated. Now again, you're checking here. Is this score, whatever data you have inside this, which is 75, is it greater than 80? No. So this also will not be executed. Again, is it greater than 70? So of course it is greater than 70. Hence whatever code you write here, that will be executed. Directly I'm printing here, and you can see here you will be getting the output as C. You can see I'm getting the output as C. Fine. So let me just make it 85. Fine. Now please see here. Is it greater than or equal to 85? Yes, this is satisfying right now. At least it is equal to 85. So then whatever you have inside the else if, that will not be evaluated, that will not be executed. So of course, because this condition is true. If it is already true, then the matter will not go further. Now in order to execute, since the condition is true, in order to execute whatever piece of code you have inside the if block, it will go inside. Again, you're putting one more condition. Is it less than or equal to 90? Yes, it is less than or equal to 90, and this will be executed. The other else if within the if block will not be executed. So please see here. So whatever code we have here, that will be executed. Now let me make it, maybe I'll say here 95. Now maybe I'll say here 96. Fine. If I give it 96, now whatever data we have inside this variable, is it greater than 85? Yes. If this is true, then whatever code is there inside the if block, that will be executed. And whatever you have written here, that will not be even considered. Fine. So now it will go inside the if block. Again, you're putting the condition. Is it less than 90? No, it is not less than 90. So this is false. Again, it is checking. Is it less than 95? Nope, it is not less than 95. Again, the matter will go to else block. This will be executed right now, whatever you have written here. So you can see here A++. I hope you are able to understand. You can put multiple condition. You can do the nesting also. Inside this else if also you can write if else, there is no problem. Inside this if block also, if there is need arises, again you can write if else, there is no problem here. I hope you could able to understand the if else ladder. Based on the condition, it will execute certain statements or certain piece of code, whatever you want to execute. Fine, everything will not be executed. I hope now you are able to understand the if else ladder. I want you to write the code. I want you to practice it so that you can have a good hold on this. Again, this is just the start of this conditionals. So moving forward, we are going to explore, or we are going to use these conditionals very often. You will have a good hands-on experience. Now to start with, I hope you got the basic picture of how this if else ladder works. Fine. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. Again, we'll meet in the upcoming video and learn the remaining basics of Java. Thank you so much again for joining me in this video. Hello and welcome back. In the last video, we have understood if else ladder. If you want to make a decision to execute certain piece of code based on condition, how we can use if else. Same thing can be achieved concisely using the ternary operator. Also, ternary operator is the only operator which works on 3 operands. The syntax is very simple here. The syntax is you have to put the condition which will result in Boolean value. Whenever we say condition in Java, conditions always result in Boolean value, whether they are true or false. Now we will check, is this condition true or false? If it is true, then whatever we write before the colon, that will be returned. If it is false, whatever we write after the colon, that will be returned. This result you can store back inside some variable. This is the basic syntax here. For an example, basic example, if I have to take, I will say integer type of number 1 equals to 10. Fine. Integer type of number 2 equals to 20. Great. Now I will check, is number 1 greater than number 2? Is number 1 greater than number 2? If it is yes, if it is true, I want to return whatever data is there inside the number 1. Else, I want to return whatever data is there inside the number 2. Then the total result I will store in a variable called as res. If you check system.out.println what data is there inside the res, then in this case you will find number 2 data. Now please see here, number 1, which is 10. Is it equal to 20? No, of course, this expression is, this condition is resulting in false. If it is resulting in false, then whatever piece of code you write after the colon, that will be returned, that will be executed. So N2 will be given, and inside the res, whatever data is there inside the N2, that is present. So basically here the output will be 20. Very simple it is. For an instance, if I make it 100 here and I'm checking here, is N1 greater than N2? The answer is yes. This condition is resulting in true. If it is resulting in true, whatever piece of code you write inside the N1 before the colon, whatever is there before the colon, that value will be returned here. Let's take one or two examples and try to execute in the IDE. Let me open Eclipse. As you can see, I have opened the IDE and same piece of code I have written here, which you can check. So inside the number 1, I have 10. Number 2, I have 20. I'm checking the condition. Is number 1 greater than number 2? Of course, this expression, this condition is leading to or resulting to false. If it is false, whatever is there inside, or maybe say after the colon, whatever is there after the colon, that will be returned. So n2 value will be returned and it will be stored again in this variable which you have created. So if this condition is satisfying, if it is resulting in true, then the piece of code which you have written before the colon, that will be written. If this condition is resulting in false, whatever piece of code you have written after the colon, that will be executed. Fine. So of course, if I run this, whatever is there, since it is resulting in false, if it is resulting in false, then n2 code should be returned to res. And if I am printing res, 20 should be the output. You can see here, 20 is what which I am getting here. Fine. So let me take one more example here to check if the number is even or odd. I will be writing that using the if else also. Same thing I will convert to ternary operator. Let me write down here. As you can see on your screen, I have written simple code to check if the given number is even or odd. Even number means 2, 4, 6, 8. Odd number is 1, 5, 3, 9, 7. All of them are odd numbers. I hope those fundamentals you are aware. Fine. Now number, that means inside this 10 is there. 10 mod 2. If you divide 10 by 2, what will be the remainder? The remainder will be 0. So hence this expression, this particular condition will result in true. If it is resulting in true, whatever piece of code you write inside the if block, that will be executed. Hence the output will be even here. So let me just run this. You can notice I'm getting even here. If I make it maybe 9, if you try to divide 9 by 2, right? So of course the 9 mod 2, then the remainder will not be 0, the remainder will be 1. So if it is 1, then of course this is resulting in false. If it is resulting in false, whatever is there inside the else block, that will be executed. So let me run here. You can see we are getting whatever is there inside the else block, which is odd. Same thing how we can write within the, by using the ternary operator. If you have to observe here, I will say here string type of result equals to, okay, let me just have that number here. Let it not be commenting this number. Let it be there. Now I'm just checking it. Fine. Is whatever data is there inside this variable mod 2. If it is equal to 0, then then I will write here, if it is equal to 0, it is an even number. Else, that means after the colon, I will return odd. That's all. Fine. And finally, I will just print system.out.println res. So now please check here. The number inside this is 9. If you try to divide 9 by 2, what will be the remainder? The remainder will be 1. So this condition is right now false. If it is false, whatever you have written after the colon, that value will be returned. So after the colon, we have odd will be written here. And if you try to check, you can see here, we are getting it as odd. Making sense? Now, if I just make it maybe 10. So if you try to divide 10 by 2, the remainder is 0. So this is 0. So this is true. If it is true, this condition is resulting in true, then whatever piece of code you have written before the colon, that will be returned. So inside the res, we have even, and if you just try to print here, you are seeing here even. Fine. So same thing can be done using the if else also. Same thing can be done using the ternary operator. Ternary operator, maybe you will not be able to find the readability, but same code you can write concisely. You need not write so many lines. Can be done using the single line also. How we have written multiple conditions here, if else, else if, else if. Can something same be done using the ternary operator also? The answer is yes, that can also be done. For an instance, I have a code here, integer type of, let me consider a few numbers here. You can see I have created 3 variables here and I have stored the data 10, 20 and 30. I want to check which is the largest number among 3. For which, let me write the ternary operator here. So what I'm going to do here is, I will put the condition here. I will say, is n1, is it greater than n2? If it is yes, I want to return the value which is there before the colon. If it is no, I want to return the value which is there after the colon. Fine. Now, right now, is n1 value greater than n2? No. Of course, whatever is there after the colon, that will be executed. So n1 is not the largest value. But I do have n3 also. Directly, I cannot return n2 number. Again, I have to check the condition here. I will check here. Is n2 greater than n3? If it is yes, then of course I will return n2. If it is no, I will return n3. That means whatever value is there inside this n3 variable. Fine. Now, if it is n1 is really greater than n2, of course, whatever code is there before the colon, that will be executed. Again, we have number 3 also here. Directly, I will not return directly n1. I will again check here one more condition. Is it how we have done nesting there? Something similar I am doing here. I will say here, is n1 also greater than n3? Is it also greater than n3? If it is yes, then I will return n1. If it is no, I will return n3. Making sense here? So let me just write one full expression here. I would like to just write down in this style. Fine. So let me just write one full expression here. All right. And finally, I will store back the result inside one variable called as integer type of res. And let me just print here system.out.println. I will say here the largest number is, then whatever data we have inside res. So if I have to run this, of course you can see we are getting 30. So what exactly happening here? Let's understand. First, this will be checked. Is number 1, which is 10. Is 10 greater than 20? No. So of course, whatever is there after the colon, that will be executed. So if this condition is true, only then the code before the colon will be executed. Fine. Right now, this condition is false. N1 is not greater than N2. So whatever is there after the colon, that code has to be executed. So directly, I'm not returning N2 here. I'm again checking. Is N2 data inside number 2? Is it greater than number 3? No. So whatever is there after the colon, again, that will be returned. So N3 will be returned. So inside res, we have N3, and you can see the largest number is 30, which you are getting a right answer here. So whatever nesting you have done in case of if else, same thing can be done here also. Again, readability wise, it is not so friendly, but it is not difficult also. It is also easy. If you want to make a decision and execute certain piece of code based on the condition, you can go with if else also, and also you can go with ternary operator. But the way ternary operator works, the basic syntax, I hope you are aware of it. If this condition is true, then code before the colon will be written. If this condition is false, then the code after colon will be returned. That will be executed and that will be returned back. And again, that you can use it. I hope now you have understood at least fundamentally the ternary operator. If there is any flaw, you can rewatch the video. You can try to practice, and I'm pretty sure you will be having good hold on that. Going forward, we are going to use these operators extensively. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, share with your colleagues and friends, and also join our WhatsApp channel for the regular updates. I'm going to come up with the multiple series. I'm also recording design patterns, Spring Boot, and in-depth Java series. There will be a separate Java playlist also coming up where I'm going to teach in-depth from the absolute scratch to the advanced level of Java also. For the regular updates, please do join the WhatsApp channel. You can find the link in the description, also in the comment sections. Thank you so much again. We will meet in the next video. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will try to understand one more important topic, switch case statement. Whenever you want to execute different cases based on the equality, then we go with switch case statement. The syntax is very simple. We will try to understand this with different example. Also, we will see how it is different from if-else ladder, which is also very crucial for you to make the decision when to use switch case, when to go with if else. Now the syntax is very simple here. You may have to start with switch, followed by, you can write here a variable. That means directly you can specify the data or any expression. Fine. Then you have to open the curly brackets. You may have to close it. You have to write multiple cases. Fine. You have to write multiple cases, 1 case, 10 cases, 20 cases. There is no limit in this. Fine. Then whatever we have written here, expression or a variable, if it is matching with whatever I write here, whatever expression or a data I write here, if it is matching with that, then that particular case will be executed. We have to say here colon, and whatever statement you want to execute, that statement you can write. That is the basic syntax here. Let me write down here. As you can see here, whatever you have specified here, if this is matching with whatever we write here, that particular case will be executed. If it is matching with this particular case, whichever case is matching with whatever expression or a variable you have written here, whatever data we have here, that particular associated case statements would be executed. Fine. Let's try to understand this practically. We will try to take 2 to 3 examples and we'll get better at it. Let me first open the Eclipse IDE and write down some examples so that you can have a better idea on this. Suppose I will create a variable by the name day. Inside this, I will give the number 1. Based on the day, maybe inside this day variable, I will store the numbers from 1 to 7. Based on the day number, I want to print on my screen which day it is. If it is a day 1, then Monday should be printed. Day 2, Tuesday should be printed. Day 3, Wednesday. Similarly, day 7, Sunday should be printed on your console. I have to decide based on what is the current day. Day number I should decide, and then based on it, I have to print which day it is. Fine. This can be done using the if else also. There is no problem. You have already understood the if else ladder. Let me write the code wherein I'll try to execute the same logic using if else. As you can see here, I have written the if else ladder. You know very well, you have understood, in case of if else, only one block will be executed, not all. Based on whichever block's condition is matching, that particular block's code will be executed. Of course, you may have to write within the curly bracket. However, we have also discussed whenever we have a single statement, writing the curly brackets is optional. Fine. Now, right now, whatever we have inside the day, it is 1, right? So is 1 equal to 1? Of course. So this is matching. It is resulting in true. So whatever code you write here, that will be executed. Let me just run this. So currently it is day 1. So it is Monday. If I give here day 4, of course, this is false. This is also false. Is day. That means data inside this variable. Is it equal to 2? No, it is false. So this will not be executed. This is also false. It will not be executed. And this is true. Of course, whatever we have here, that will be executed. So Thursday will be the result on your console, which you can see here. Fine. One more point you have to understand here is this if else will evaluate based on the Boolean. This will result true or false, Boolean data. That is not the case with respect to switch. We can also directly specify the variable and we can see if the data inside this variable, if it is matching with any of the cases, that particular statement will be executed. Also, in case of switch case, we can execute multiple cases also. 2 or 3 examples we will try to see and we will understand. For now, let's convert the same scenario using the switch case. Let me comment down and write down the switch case statement here. As you can see on your screen, I have written the switch statement. Inside the variable by the name day, I have stored 4 right now, or maybe let me give it as 7. Fine. Now, I am putting this variable here within the switch. Now, whichever case is matching with whatever data we have within the switch, that particular case will be executed. Right now, inside the day, we have 7. Is this day matching with this case? It is not the case number, it is the data. It could be anything. Is this matching with this 1? No, because inside the day we have 7. So this is not 7, it is not matching. This case will not be executed. Similarly, it is not 2 because inside the day we have 7, not the 2. So this case is also not matching. It will not be executed. This also will not be executed. Finally, if you go, this particular case will be executed because it is 7 and inside the day variable also we have 7. This is matching with this particular case. Hence, whatever statements you have written which is associated with this particular case, that will be executed. So let me run here. If you can notice here, we are getting the output as Sunday. That means this is the result. Now, one more interesting fact you have to understand here. If I give it 4, fine. So is it matching with this? This case will not be executed. Is this matching with the 2? No, because inside the day we have 4. This also will not be executed. Finally, it is matching with this particular case, and whatever statement you have written associated to this case, that will get executed. Not just that, all the statements or all the cases below this also will be executed. So matching case and all the cases below that will also be executed. Whichever case is matching, 4 is matching right now, right? So this case is matching, this statement will get executed, and all the cases below that will also get executed. Now, if I have to just run this, you can see here, we are getting the output Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you don't want that to happen, if you want this also to act like if else, that means you want to execute only particular case, not all the cases, then you may have to use break statement here. I will say here break. That means if this data is matching with this particular data, this particular case, then execute this particular case statements and break. Stop this. Don't go further. Don't execute any other cases. I want to execute this particular case only. If this is matching with this, then whatever case statement we have written here, I want to execute that. I don't want to execute the remaining cases. If that is the case, you may have to apply break. So let me just give break to everyone here. I'll go ahead and say here break, and let me just add same to all my cases. As you can see, I have added the break. Now, whichever statement is matching with this, whichever case is matching with this, only that one particular case will be executed. Because of the break statement, all the cases below that will not be executed. Right now, it is 4. So, of course, only Thursday will be executed. Unlike the previous output, we will not be getting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If I have to execute this, you can see we are getting only Thursday. This is possible because of this break statement. If there is a requirement that you want to execute only single case, you have to write the break statement. Now, in case of if else, only one block will be executed, not all. If this is matching, then whatever code associated inside this block, whatever code we have written, only that will be executed. No matter what, other blocks will not be executed. But in case of switch, you can execute one case also, you can execute multiple cases also. If you use break statement, only one case will be executed, because whatever case, whatever you have written here, the expression or the variable, if it is matching with any case, that particular case will be executed. And usually all the cases below that also will get executed. But if you apply break, if you have written the break statement, then all the cases below that will not be executed. Only single case which is matching with this will be executed. Now you can write here one single variable also. But in case of if else, you cannot write. It should be evaluated to a Boolean value, true or false. It should lead to true or false, nothing as such. I have declared one variable, I have initialized that variable, and I'm just using one variable also here. There is no expression, there is no matter of true or false here. Making sense? That is also difference with respect to if else. Let me write one example wherein I will show we can execute multiple cases also. Whatever example I have shown so far, it is executing single case. Maybe if I just have to say here 1. Now inside the day we have 1. It is matching with this. So whatever code associated with this case, that code will be executed, that statement will be executed, and then you are writing a break statement. If you write the break statement, all the cases below this will not be executed. If you don't write break, then cases below that also will be executed. That is what we have understood. Now let me take one more example wherein I will try to execute maybe 2-3 cases at a time. As you can see, I have considered one more example for switch case. Now here, based on the month number, you may have to tell which weather condition it is, which season it is. Fine. So right now inside the month we have 8. Fine. So if I say switch month, that means we have 8 here. Is it matching with 12? No. Is it matching with 1? No. Is it matching with 2? No. then of course whatever we write here, that will not be executed. None of the cases are matching. Here also none of the cases are matching. And of course 6, 7, 8, 9, all of them are matching here. If I have to just execute this code, you can see on your screen we are getting monsoon. So for multiple cases we can execute common statement. If you want, you can give different statements also, no problem. You can write here maybe again and again for all of this. You can just take it here, and for all this you can write the same code. There is no problem. Since for all these cases I want to execute a common statement, you need not to write again and again. You can just specify like this. And for all these cases, I want to execute monsoon, whether it is a 6, 7, 8, 9, all of them, I want to execute the same statement. This is also possible with respect to switch case statement. Now let me just give here as maybe 10. If I give here 10, you can see the output. We are getting autumn here. Fine. Now if I just have to give here 3, you can see here month 3. Is it matching with any of the cases here? Nope. Is it matching with any of the cases here? Yes, it is matching. And of course, whatever we have written here, that will be executed. You can see here summer. And everywhere I am not applying break. Now I hope you are able to understand how different it is with respect to if else also. In case of if else, we have to evaluate to a Boolean data, and also only one block will be executed at a time. Here you can see you can execute multiple cases, and you can write the break statement wherever you want. If you want, you can write in every case like the way we have done previously in this particular example, or you can decide how many cases you want to execute. Fine. In both ways, you can use this switch statement. Not just that, what if I give here maybe 14? Do we have any case which is matching with 14? No case which is matching with 14, right? So of course, there will be nothing. Nothing will be executed here. I want something to execute. Like the way we have else block. If none of the conditions are matching, at last, in case of if else ladder, we have else block. Similar to that, here we have something called as default case. If none of the cases are matching, automatically whatever you write within this default, that will be executed. So let me write down here. As you can see, I have written the default statement also. So whatever we have specified here, if none of the cases are matching, then whatever statements you have written within the default, that will be executed. Fine. So let me just write down here. You can see we are getting invalid month because 14, it is not matching with any of the cases. So this is about the fundamentals of switch case. I hope you could able to understand, and also you could able to drive one difference between if else and the switch case, all the possibilities which you have within the switch case. Thank you so much for joining me in this video. Again, we'll meet in the upcoming videos and explore the fundamentals of Java. Hello and welcome back. In programming, repeating the task is very common activity. Very often at given point of time, you may have to repeat the same task again and again. It could be anything. It could be writing some piece of statement, or it could be invoking some functions, or you can say calling some method, or printing something. Doesn't matter. At given point of time, at one place, same activity, if you want to repeat again and again. For an instance, the requirement here is, I want to print 5 stars, one below the other. What is the big deal? I can say system.out.println within the double quotes. I'll ask, please print star. I am printing 1 star here. The requirement here is, I want to print 5 stars, one below the other. Fine. So what is the big deal in this? I'll be writing the code. I will just repeat this. I will reuse the code, whatever I have written here, for 5 times. 5 times stars will be printed one below the other. Let me just run this here. If you see, 5 stars are getting printed. Not just 5 stars. Maybe I want some statement which I want to execute again and again. It could be printing 5 stars, or maybe I will just write my favorite quote here. I will say, focus is the key. If you want to learn anything, if you are focused, then it is very easy to learn. So let me just, I want to print this 5 times at given point of time. At same point, at same time, I want to repeat the exact same activity for 5 times. It could be 10 times. It could be 100 times. Let me just do it for 4 times here. You can see here 4 times I'm printing it. And if I just run this, you can see 4 times I am writing here. Fine. Now, whenever you have a repeated task which you may have to do again and again at given point of time, instead of you repeating that statements again and again, you rewriting that same code again and again, you can write that once and make your program automatically do it for you how much ever time you want. For an instance, I want focus is the key to be printed for 100 times. I will not be writing that 100 times. I will write only once, and I'll make my program repeat for me for 100 times, for 1000 times, 2000 times, 10 times, doesn't matter. I will be doing that activity once, which I want to repeat at this point only. Then instead of you writing that multiple times, write it once and make your program to repeat for you how much ever time you want. That's where the concept of loops comes into picture in any programming language, not just in Java. When it comes to Java, we have a for loop, we have while loop, and also we have do while loop. Okay, do while loop, and we do also have for each loop, or you can say enhanced for loop, advanced for loop. Now we will explore for loop, while loop, do while loop, what is the syntax, and when we may have to go with what. And once we get into the concept of arrays collection, we will try to explore for each loop. For now, we will start the journey with for loop, then we will explore while loop and do while loop. Fine. So whenever you want to iterate or you want to repeat certain tasks for a finite number of times, easily you can go with the for loop. And maybe you want to repeat certain task for infinite number of times, maybe you don't know. As long as there is a data in the database, I want to fetch all of them, keep fetching the records, then easily you can go with the while loop. So there are some differences, but all of them, the purpose is same. What they know the difference is with respect to syntax, and when we have to use what, we will try to explore. Also, we are going to start the journey of pattern programming so that you can start the journey of logical thinking, wherein you may have to use the concept of loops, operators, conditionals extensively. Having said that, let's start the journey of loops. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will start the journey of loops. To start with, first we will explore for loop. When it comes to for loop, we have three things which you need to know. Number one, we have initialization, then we have to write the condition check, and then there is a update. So let me just write down here. And the basic syntax is very simple. You may have to start with for, and all these three things you may have to write within this. First, you may have to write the initialization here. You have to start from where you want to begin. Then you have to write your condition. That means how many times you want to repeat this activity, right? And then there is a update. How it works, we will explore to it. Now, whatever you want to repeat, that is considered as the body of the loop. You may have to write within the curly bracket. Basically, what happens here is first initialization will be executed. Based on this, the condition will be checked. If this condition is resulting in true, then the body of the loop will be executed. After the body of the loop, everything is executed, then the update comes into picture. After the update, again the condition will be checked. If it is true, then the body of the loop. Whatever condition which you are going to put here, if it is resulting in true, only then whatever you write inside the loop, that will be executed. Starting only, if this condition is resulting in false, then whatever code you write within this body of the loop, that will not be executed. For an instance, I want to print star for 5 times on my screen. So I'll be writing that activity only once, and I will make my program to repeat for me. I will make my loop to repeat for me, right? So I'll say here system.out.println. I will say here print this star. I'm writing only once, right? I want this to be repeated for 5 times, 10 times, based on how much ever time you want. It could be anything else also, not just printing the star. It could be invoking the functions, invoking the methods also. Now I'll be keeping this within the body of the loop because this is the activity I want to repeat for multiple times, which I'll be writing only once. And the syntax is very simple. I will say here for integer type of maybe I equals to 0. Usually in loops, it is a convention that we write variables I, j, k. It could be anything. You can give your own name here. That should not be a matter of concern. This is just a variable name. You can give some other variable name also. You can say start, no problem. Fine. After which I'll say I should be, maybe I'll say less than 5. and I'll say I plus plus. Fine. So as I have told you, the first thing to get executed here is the initialization. I will say here the first thing. What are you doing here? To a variable I, you are initializing value 0. So inside I have 0 here. Number 2, condition will be checked. I am checking here, is I less than 5? Inside the I have a value 0. Is 0 less than 5? Is 0 less than 5? Of course, yes. So this expression, this condition is resulting in true. If it is true, if it is satisfying, then whatever you write inside the loop, the body of the loop will be executed. Control will go inside this to execute whatever code you have written here. So on what are you repeating here? System.out.println, I want to print star. So on your monitor screen, you will be getting one star printed. Again, after this, update whatever you write here, that code will be executed. Number 4. And what are you doing here? I plus plus. In the incrementation and decrementation operator, we have seen I plus plus means existing value of this variable will be incremented by 1. That means if it is 0, that will become 1. Fine. If it is 1, it will become 2. After which, again the condition will be checked. Is I less than 5? Is I less than 5? Current value of I is 1. Is 1 less than 5? The condition is true. Again, control will come inside the loop. One more time, the star is printing. Again, update. It will become 2. Again, you're checking, is I value less than 5? That means is 2 less than 5? The condition is true again. Again, the body of the loop, whatever code you write here, that will be executed. Again, increment it to 3. Is 3 less than 5? Again, after update, the body, this part will be repeatedly happening. Fine. Now again, one more star will be printed. Again, it will become 4. Is 4 less than 5? Yes. Again, one more star will be printed. Fine. Again, it will become 5. Now again, the condition is checking. Is 5 less than 5? 5 is not less than 5. This is resulting in false. If it is resulting in false, control will come out of the loop. As long as this condition is satisfying, that many times, whatever you write within the loop, that will be executed. The moment this condition will result in false, control will come out of the loop. Whatever repetition you have asked for, that repetition will stop. And whatever again after the loop, if you have written some code, that will be executed. Fine. I hope you could able to understand the control flow here. Let's write the code in the IDE and try to understand this. As you can see here, I have written the same loop here. I'm starting with the 0. Then I'm checking as long as I value is less than 5. Please repeat this activity. Fine. So if I have to just run this, you can see 5 stars on your screen. And maybe I want 10 stars. I will just make it to 10 times. That means I want starting from 0. I want this to be repeated for 10 times. Since I'm starting from 0, I'm telling less than 10. 0 to 9 is equal to 10. If you start your loop from 1, then it should be I less than or equal to 10. 1 to 10. Since I'm starting the loop from the 0 and I'm giving less than 10, so that 0 to 9, it will be executed. If I have to run this, you can see, you'll see the stars for 10 times. Fine. Now you can also do one thing. You can declare the loop, whatever I variable is there, outside the loop, so that it is not local to only for loop. You can do like this also. Integer type of I. Fine. And then you can just initialize the I here, and I less than. Instead of you giving the value, you can specify inside the n. Integer type of n equals to 5. And you can say here n. Both of them are same. Because anyway, inside the n, we have 5. If I say I less than n, example, current value of I is 4. 4 less than the value of n. Inside the n variable, we have 5. So 4 less than 5. We are storing that within a variable and then we are using it. Nothing, complex here. Fine. I hope you could able to understand the fundamentals of loop. This for loop we are going to use extensively. We will use nesting of the loops and so many things in our pattern programming journey. To start with, what is loop and basic syntax of for loop, if you have understood, it is more than sufficient. Fine. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. If you have any issue, you can rewatch this video any number of times. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, also share with your peers and friends. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will try to explore while loop and do while loop. What is the syntax of while and do while loop? How they are different from for loop. First of all, whatever I have done using the for loop, same thing I would like to do using the while loop also. Again, whenever you have a repetitive task, at given point of time, you can go with for loop also, while loop also, do while loop also. When what to use, you need to understand here. Fine. Now, I will say I equals to 0. I want to start from 0 and I will say while. While this condition, whatever condition I write here, in case of while loop, within this, we may have to specify only condition. We will not be writing the initialization. We will not be writing the update here. I will say as long as I value is less than 5 or 4, maybe inside n I have 5, so I can say here n, because anyway inside n we have 5. Writing 5, writing n, both of them are same here. And whatever activity you want to repeat within this curly brackets, you may have to write. For an instance, I want to print 5 stars. It could be anything, right? I will print 5 stars. Please print this 5 stars while this condition is true. While in simplified English, you can say as long as this condition is true, please repeat this activity. Fine. Now maybe after printing star, I want to increment I value. If not, the I value will remain 0 if you don't change, and this loop will repeat for infinite times, continuously non-stop, because you're not changing the value of I, and I value is always 0 and n value is always 5. 0 is always less than 5 and it will act like a true. If this is resulting in true, then whatever activity you write here, that will be repeated for infinite number of times. To avoid that, I am updating. Writing the initialization, writing the update is optional in case of while loop, unlike if there is any situation. For an instance, whatever activity we are doing here, which we want to repeat, in this case, initialization and update is important. There will be many activities which you will explore going forward when initialization, or you can say update, is not compulsory. Maybe I want to retrieve the data. As long as there is a data in the table of database, I want to keep on retrieving it. You can just put the condition here. As long as there is records available in the table, please retrieve the record. That retrieving part you can write here. You need not to write update. You need not to write initialization, which in my Java series going forward, you will understand. Right now, just understand whatever we could able to do in the for loop, same thing can be done inside the while loop also. I am initializing the I value 0. I am checking is 0 less than n. Inside n we have 5. So is 0 less than 5. It is resulting in true as long as this condition is true. Please repeat whatever activity we have here. I'm printing stars. After printing 1 star, I'm incrementing the value of I to I plus plus. That means if it is 0, it will become 1. If it is 1, it will become 2. Fine. So it will keep on incrementing 5 times, and at one given point of time, I value will become 5. Is 5 less than n? Is 5 less than 5? No. This will result in false and control will go out of this loop. Whatever code if you write after the loop, that will be executed. If there is no code, then nothing will be executed, and that's the end of the application. Fine. So let me just run this. If I run this program, you can see same 5 stars are getting printed. Whatever was happening in for loop, same thing is happening in the while loop also. Only thing is difference with respect to the syntax. We just have to specify condition here. If you have any update, write within the body of the loop, and you can initialize before the loop. Again, I repeat, this part and this is optional when it comes to while loop, which going forward in the Java series you will understand. Now, whether it is a for loop, whether it is a while loop, whatever body you write here, that will be executed only if this condition is true. Here also, you are initializing. Only if this condition is true, that time the body will be executed. Even if you want to execute for once also, for the first time to execute the body of the loop, the condition has to be true. For an instance, I will make it 6. Great. Now I'm checking. Is 6 inside I? We have 6, right? So is 6 less than 5? No, it is false. This will not be executed once also. Once also it will not be executed. Now, if there is a situation, I want to execute the body of loop once, and for the next repetition, I want to check the condition. For the first time, I don't want to check the condition. I want to execute whatever is the body. But to repeat, I will check the condition. That's where the concept of do while loop comes into picture. Now, when it comes to do while loop, the syntax is similar to while loop. We may have to say, maybe I'll initialize I value to 0. That's fine. I will say do this activity. Whatever you want, you can say do. And within the bracket, this is the body of the loop. Whatever you want to do it. Maybe I want to print, and after printing the star, I want to increment the value of I. Okay. And that's it. After which, after the end of this loop, I will write here while as long as I value is less than n. N inside n, we have created here 5. So it is I value. If it is 0, 0 less than 5. And I will put here semicolon. The syntax is different. That's it. So what happens here is I'm initializing the I value to 0. For the first time to execute, there is no condition. Nothing will be checked. First time, whether the condition is true, condition is false, whatever you write inside the loop, that will be executed. For the second time onwards, for the repetition, it will check the condition. Fine. Now I value is 0. It will execute without checking the condition. 1 star will be printed and then I value incremented to 1. And now you're checking is I, which is 1 right now, less than 5. If it is true, then the second time it will execute. Then it became 3 here. Is 3 less than 5? Again, it will repeat. Fine. So now if I have to execute this, you can see 5 stars we are getting it. Whatever was happening in for loop, while loop, in the do while loop also same repetition is happening. Let me make it to 6 here. I will make it to 6. Fine. Now, even before checking this condition, in case of do while loop, it will execute once, and to repeat it, it will check the condition. Now, of course, whatever condition you have put here, I less than n. Inside the I, we have 6. Inside the n, you can see we have 5. Is 6 less than 5? No, it is false, right? This is resulting in false, but at least once the star will be printed. You can see here, if I have to run, which you can notice, I'm getting the star at least once. For the second time, it will check. Second time it is checking is 6 less than 5. No, it is false. So repetition will not happen. Whether the condition is true, condition is false, at least once it will execute the body of the loop. If you want to repeat it, only then for the repetition, in case of do while loop, the condition will be checked. I hope it is making sense here. Now the difference is while loop and for loop, it will execute the body of the loop once or 10 times or based on the condition, as long as this condition is satisfying. Whatever condition you write here, as long as this condition is resulting in true, whatever body you have written, whatever code you want to repeat, that will be executed n number of times as long as this condition is true. Fine. In case of do while loop, whether condition is true, false, it will not even check. At least once it will execute the body of the loop, and for the repetition, the condition will be checked whether it is true or false. Fine. Now do while loop and while loop we will explore going forward with different examples. To start with, now we are going to start the journey of pattern programming, for which we will explore for loop extensively. We will understand the nesting of for loops, how to write multiple for loops. So you will have good hold on if else, for loops, and all the operators which we have seen so far. You will be very good in writing the pattern programming. The agenda is not to write some patterns, not to print some star. Agenda is to have a good hold on whatever concepts we have learned so far. Fine. So thank you so much for being with me in this video. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, also share with your friends and colleagues. Fine. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will start the journey of pattern programming. In the process, you will understand more on loops, how to write loops inside loop, which is nested loop. Also, whatever fundamental concept you have learned, operators, conditional, which is if, else, and loops, you will have good hold on that. You will be having the ability to think and write a logic to draw any complex pattern. I'll be teaching you such a logic wherein operators, conditionals and loops are used extensively, so that in the process you can also have good practice of all the fundamentals which you have learned so far. Before I get into this, first there is a small topic which I would like to highlight here, which is system.out.println and print. You know very well, if you want to print anything on your console using Java programming language, you may have to use system.out.println. That is the often. We also have an option to use print also. Now we need to understand first what is the difference between println and print. Let me open the IDE directly here. So if you want to print something, of course, based on the IDE you are using, there are a lot of shortcuts. But the statement which we may have to write here is system.out.println. Within the double quotes, I will say print one star, whatever it could be, not just star, it could be anything. Fine. Println means whatever you're printing, that will be printed. And you're asking cursor to move to the next line. That means after printing this, if you do something else, some other activity, printing activity, that will happen in a new line. Example, I will say system.out.print. Again, I would like to print star here. Now again, let me just print one more statement, system.out.println, again star here. Now, in order to print star on your console, I am using println. ln means print this. After this, whatever next printing will happen, that should happen in the next line, not on the same line. If I have to run this, you can see stars will be printed one below the other. In place of println, if you go with print means print this star and the next activity of printing should happen in the same line. That means after printing this on the console, this cursor should not move to the next line. It has to be in the same line. It will print one star. After printing the star, cursor will be in the same line. That means the next printing, whatever you do on your console, that will happen on the same line. Now for all this, I have used print, not the ln. That means print this star, be on the same line. Don't go to next line. ln means print this, go to the next line. Print means we have not used print ln here, only print. Print this star, be on the same line. That means next printing activity will happen on the same line. If I have to run this, you can notice print. Maybe after printing 3 star, I want the other things to happen on the next line. In the last line, I will say here print ln. You can see here, I have told print here, print this star, be on the same line. The next printing will happen on the same line. Again, I have told print this star, be on the same line. One more star printed. And again, I'm telling print this star, but you have told ln. After printing the star, go to the next line. So 3 stars will be printed in the same line and cursor will move to the next line. Please see here. I'm printing 3 star will be on the same line. But after this, whatever next activity you will do, it could be anything. Maybe I'll say here hi. Any printing, doesn't matter. This will be printed on the next line. Because while printing this star, I have told print this, but go to the next line after printing. Fine. Here I have told print this, be on the same line. Print this, be on the same line. 2 star printed, the 3rd star also in the same line. The cursor is still in the same line. 3rd star printed. While printing the 3rd star on the same line, you have told please go to the next line after printing this. So the next printing activity will happen on the next line. If I have to just run this program, you can see here, it is printed on the same line, but the next activity happened on the next line. So basically, print method will print whatever you're doing, whatever task you have given here on your console, and the next printing will happen on the same line. If you go with print method, print ln, it will print, and the next printing activity on your console will happen on the next line. That means print this, go to the next line. I hope these fundamentals you could able to understand. Now it's time to move to the nesting of loops, more on the pattern programming. Okay, the requirement here is very simple. I want to print 5 stars or maybe 4 stars, doesn't matter how much you want. Let's go with the 5 on the same line. Great. Now all of them are in the same line. So should I go with system.out.println or print? Your answer must be print method, because after printing the star, I should stay in the same line to print the other stars. Fine. And also, should I write multiple system.out.print here, or we should write only once? Using the loop, we should make our program to repeat for us how much ever time we want. Fine. So I want to print 5 stars. I will write the statement system.out.print method I will use. Of course, it has to be full. I'm writing shortcut, but I hope you can understand that. Print, and within the double quote, I will print 1 star. Great. But this printing the star, print I have used here, on same line should happen for 5 times, not once. You will not be writing multiple times. In the loops, we have already understood that we should write this once and make our program to repeat for us. In that case, whatever activity you want to repeat, that you have to keep within the body of the loop. Okay, this activity I want to repeat for 5 times. Now I would like to go with the for loop, which you are already aware of. I will say here, integer type of maybe I. Please start from the 0. Go up to 5. Less than 5 means up to 4. 0 to 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Totally 5 times I want. I plus plus. 1 by 1, please increment the value of I. If it is 0, make it 1 and check the condition. If it is 1, make it 2, check the condition. Fine. So now let's analyze this. I will start from here. Of course, the I value is 0 initially. We have understood this in our for loop class. One more time before I get into the nesting of loops, I'm discussing this. Again, the second part is I less than 5. That means what is the current value of I is 0. Less than 5, it is true. If it is resulting in true, whatever body of the loop you have written, that will be executed. So on your console, 1 star will be printed. Since you have told print, after printing the star, cursor will not go to the next line. Cursor will be on the same line. Again, fourth part, update will happen. After body, update. I plus plus, current value of I is 0. 0 will become 1. It will increment the existing value of a variable by 1. So 0 became 1. Again, the condition is checked. Is I less than 1? The current value of I is 1. Is I, that is 1, less than 5. Less than 5. Now this condition is true. 1 is currently, of course, less than 5. So again, the body of the loop will be executed. Inside the body of the loop, what are you doing? You're printing 1 star. Since you have used print while printing, the cursor will remain on the same line. That means next printing also will happen on the same line. Similarly, I value will be incremented to 2. Again, 2 less than 5. 1 more star will be printed. Again, I value incremented to 3. 3 less than 5. 1 more star will be printed because this is also true. I value is incremented to 4. By following the similar pattern which we have discussed now in the for loop video also. Fine. I 4 less than 5. So of course, 1 more star is printed. After which I value became 5. By incrementing, this process will follow. Fine. And 5 less than 5, no, condition fails. Control will come out of the loop. After the loop, by chance, if there is any activity which you want to do on the next line, after printing 5 stars, after completing this loop, I will say here system.out.println. That means next printing activity I want in the next line. So cursor will go from here to the next line. So basically this loop we have already understood, right? Within when we have discussed the concept of for loop. Now what we are trying to achieve here, please see very carefully. Now the requirement here is I want to print 5 stars, one below the other. What do you mean by that? This is my goal which I want to achieve. As you can see on your screen, this is what I want to achieve right now. All of you know how to print 5 stars in one line. Fine. For which we may have to write one loop. I will say system.out.please print 5 stars, great, in single line. So this activity I want to repeat. Print I have used here 5 stars on the same line. So I will keep this entire activity within the loop. I will say here for integer type of, you can give any name to I, j, k, start, and whatever variable name you want you can give. I will give here j equals to 0. I will say here j less than 5, j plus plus. Based on whatever we have discussed, this entire loop will print 5 stars in one line. And this activity I want to repeat for 5 more times, because same thing I want to do for 5 more times. You can see here 4 more times, totally 5 times. This is one time. Whatever code you can see on your screen, this will print 5 stars on same line. Fine. So same thing I want to happen for 4 more times, totally 5 times. Let's write the code in the IDE. As you can see, I have written the code. Maybe whatever variable name you want, you can give it. So that should not be a matter of concern. So let me just make it J for this. Okay, J. So j less than n and j plus plus. N means whatever value you have assigned here. I'm using print ln here. It has to be print. That means it will print 5 stars on the same line, which you can notice here. 5 stars on the same line. After printing 5 stars, I want the cursor to go to the next line. All right, great. It will go. Now printing 5 stars on the same line, I want to do it for 4 more times. So I will keep it for 4 more times. You can see here 3 times, 4 times, totally 5 times. So if I have to run this, you can see I am getting this agenda. Now, whenever you have a same activity which is repeating again and again, what comes into picture? Loops comes into picture. So instead of we manually writing this again and again, this entire activity which I want to repeat for 4 more times, totally 5 times, can I keep it within one more loop? Answer is yes. So this entire activity I want to repeat. So I will just say here, maybe I have already defined I equals to 0. I will say I less than n, I plus plus. That means whatever this entire activity is there, I want this entire activity to happen for 5 times. So all of you know, this will print whatever you can see on your screen. This will print 5 stars on the same line, and get after printing 5 stars, get the cursor in the next line. This activity of printing 5 stars on the same line, after printing the cursor should come to the next line. This entire activity I want to repeat again and again. So this entire activity I have kept inside one more loop. Loop inside loop is called as nesting of loops. So same thing, let me just explain how this will be executed. Now this activity I want to repeat, right? So same activity I will be writing for 4 more times, totally 5 times. So this activity, after printing 5 stars, I want the cursor to be in the next line. So print ln. This activity I want to repeat. So I'll keep it within one more loop. I will say here for integer type of I equals to 0, I less than maybe 5, I plus plus, I plus plus. So of course, loop execution will start from here. Number 1, I equal to 0. So inside I, 0 will be assigned. Great. I'm checking the condition. Is I less than 5? Inside I, we have 0. Is 0 less than 5? The answer is right. It will go inside the loop. Third part is loop, right? Now it is encountering one more loop here immediately. Then that loop execution will start. What are you telling here? J equals to 0. That means inside J we have 0. Again, the condition is J less than 5. That means inside the J we have 0. Is 0 less than 5? So this is true. Again, the body of the loop. In the body of the loop, you are printing 1 star. After printing the star, J plus plus, J value will be 1. And after printing the J value, again this condition is checked. 1 more star is printed. Again J value incremented to 2. Is 2 less than 5? True. 1 more star is printed. So like the way we have already discussed this for 3 times, this entire loop will print 5 stars in one line. At one position, this condition will result in false. The moment this condition is resulting in false, by incrementing the J value to 5, finally it will check is 5 less than 5. It will be false. The moment it is false, control will come out of this loop. The moment control is coming out of the loop, you are telling system.out.println. That means after this is over, go to the next line. Cursor is waiting here. Again, the outer loop value will be incremented, which is I plus plus. I will become 1. Is 1 less than 5? The condition is true. Then again, whatever code you have written inside the inner loop, that will be executed. That means one more row of 5 stars will be printed. At one position, inner loop condition will result in false, for which control will come out of this inner loop. It will come out of this inner loop. System.out.println. Again, it will print. No, I mean to say cursor will come into the next line. Again, outer loop incrementation will happen. It will become 2. Now, is 2 less than 5? Yes, condition is true. Again, the inner loop will execute for one more entire loop. I hope you are able to now understand how this is working, especially if you have watched whatever we have already discussed in the for loop video and this video from the scratch. I don't think so any issues you have. You can take down the pen and paper and also would like to analyze. I want you to analyze how this is working the way I have explained. Fine. So this is what whenever you want to repeat some activity, we write the loop. And this entire activity only I want to repeat. Keep this entire activity inside one more loop. The nesting of loops comes into picture. Loop inside loop. Now how this is executing, I hope you could able to understand. If there is any ambiguity, you can rewatch this entire video also. Same code I have written in the IDE also. You can see here. If I have to run this, you can see 5 stars we're getting. One below the other also, one beside the other also. So this activity will print 5 stars. After printing 5 stars, cursor will be in the next line. And this entire activity I want to repeat for 5 more times. I have kept it inside one more loop. As simple as that. Fine. So that's all for nesting of loops. But we have just started the journey of pattern programming. Upcoming videos will be based on the pattern programming. We are going to explore so many examples. I'm pretty sure all of you will be very much confident in a way that any pattern in front of you, you can give the solution. In fact, if the interviewer asks you, could you show your pattern programming skills, logical thinking skills by drawing my face as a pattern, you can definitely do that also. Such logic I am going to teach, where operators, loops, and the conditions will be used extensively. If they are using extensively, that means you will have good hands-on practice also on these fundamentals concepts. So we will be learning the pattern programming also. In the process, we will have better hands-on experience on the fundamentals of Java. Thank you so much for joining me in this video. Please do like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends and colleagues. We will meet again in the upcoming videos with pattern programming. Hello and welcome back. Now let's start the journey of pattern programming. In fact, we have unofficially started the journey of pattern programming, the concept of loops and nested loop. We try to understand loops and how nesting of loop works by drawing certain patterns. We need to understand more here. Whatever logic I am going to teach for this pattern programming, I am going to use the concept of operators, relational operators, the logical operators, if-else, conditionals, and loops extensively. So before you get into this video, make sure you watch all these fundamental videos which are there in this channel so that you can comfortably understand what we are discussing here. Fine. So as you all know, which we have seen in the last video, this logic, whatever is there in front of you, this will print 5 stars on the same line, right? In one row. That means 5 columns. It will print 5 stars in the same row. Same thing I wanted for 5 more times. So this entire activity of printing 5 stars, getting the cursor to the next line, printing 5 stars, getting the cursor to the next line. This activity I wanted to print, the entire activity I have kept inside one more loop because this activity I wanted to repeat at given point of time. So I have kept it within one more loop and we try to understand how this loop is working. Fine. So you can see if I just run this, it is printing 5 stars everywhere. Fine. Now if you want, you can give one space here so that in looks wise, it will just look little better. If I just have to run here, you can see star followed by the space. It is just looking better. Now the agenda here is I want to develop a logic which will print these stars. Now you can see compared to whatever we have already developed, which is printing stars everywhere, here there are no stars everywhere. There are stars only at the specific places and in some places there is a space. Consider whatever you can see here, all these rows are the part of outer loop. Outer loop means I am referring to I. So consider these are the I values, which is outer loop. This is I0, I equal to 1, I equal to 2, 3, 4. And whatever you can see here, all these columns, consider they are the part of inner loop J. As you all know, J loop will print this all columns, all the stars in one row. That means these columns, these stars, the value considered as the J value, inner loop value. So here the value of J is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fine. Now, if you write the same logic, what we have already written earlier, it will print stars everywhere. I don't want stars everywhere here. In some places, I want star. In some places, I want space. Fine. Now, for which directly if you write the loop, it will not work out. You may have to put some condition. If certain condition is satisfying, I want to print the stars. If it is not satisfying, I want to go and print the spaces. Fine. So wherever I value is equal to 0, wherever I value is 0, I need stars. Or wherever j value is equal to 0, all this you can see, whenever j value is equal to 0, I need stars. Whenever I values is equal to 0, I need stars. Or whenever I value is equal to 4, based on the values which I have given here, I need stars. This is the value of I. All these are the value of I. All these are the values of j. Or whenever j value is equal to 4, when the j value is, these are all the j values, right? When it is equal to 4, I need star. Rest of all the places, I need space. So I'll put one condition. If in case I value is 0 or j value is 0, or I value is 4 or j value is 4, I want to go and print star. I will say system.out. Please do print one star here. Fine. Else remaining all the places, I will say system.out.print. It is not println. It is print method. You already know the difference between print and println method. I need space. Space means you need not write anything. Just give one space in between. Nothing more than that space. Fine. So this everything I will be keeping within my J loop. Earlier, I used to print my stars directly in the J loop. Inside the J loop, now I am putting the condition. If in case these values are satisfying, I need to print star. If these values are not satisfying, I need to print the spaces. Fine. So let me complete this loop here. As you can see, I have written the J loop here. Once the J loop is done, I will say system.out.println, like the way we have already discussed. Then I will write my I loop for integer type of I equals to 0. I should be less than 5 because I want to go up to 4, and I plus. Fine. So same program only. Instead of directly printing the stars, I am just putting some condition. If it is satisfying, go and print the stars. If this condition is not satisfying, please print the space here. What is this OR operator? How it works? We have already seen, and also we have discussed the concept of the conditionals also. Fine. So let me just open the IDE here. Same program. I don't want to print star everywhere. I'm just putting some condition. This is fine. If you just execute this program, it will print stars everywhere, right? All the rows, all the columns, it will print the star. I'm putting the condition. Some places I need star, and I'll say some places system.out.println. Of course, it is print, not the ln. It is in the same line. I'll go and give 2 spaces here. Why? Because here after star I do have spaces. It will just print good. So 2 spaces. If it is 1 star without space, just give 1 space in between. So some places I need star. Some places I need space. Everywhere I don't want star. So I will be putting some condition. If in case, if this condition is satisfying, please go and print the star. Go and print the star. Else, if it is not satisfying, please do print this space. Whatever space you have, given here, I want you to print this space. Fine. Great. Now I'll be putting the condition. What is the condition? If you just look at the pattern which is there here, whenever I value is 0, whenever I value is 4, I need star. Whenever j value is 0, whenever j value is 4, I need star. Rest of all the places I want to print spaces. So I'll go here and put the condition. Whenever I value is equal to 0, or whenever j value is equal to 0, or of course, let me just write here, or whenever I value is equal to 4, whenever j value is equal to 4, I need star. Let me just make the value of n is 5. N is 5 means it's fine. 4 we can give. It will print the right pattern. I will make it dynamic also, generic also. Let's do that first. Let me just run this application here. You can see we are getting the pattern as per the plan. Whatever we had planned, the same pattern we could able to print here. Fine. Now, instead of me giving the 4 here, what is the value of n? N value is 5. And how do we get 4 if the n value is 5? That means inside the n, we have 5. If we want to get the 4, if I write here n, if I write here n if I write here, that means it is 5. I want to print less than 5. Less than 5, 0 to 4. 5 patterns, 5 stars if you want to print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means it should be less than 5 because we are starting the loop from the 0. So if I write n here, it will go for 5 and the loop is not looping for 5 times. It is looping for less than 5. It is looping, the maximum is 4 here. Less than 5 is till up to 4 only. And we cannot write here n. So I will say here n minus 1. N minus 1, and here also I will write n minus 1. What is the value of n? The value of n right now is 5. 5 minus 1 is how much? 4. 5 minus 1 is how much? 4. You writing the 4 here, it is same, right? 4 I am writing, or you can write n. The value of current n is 5. 5 minus 1 is 4. Both of them are same. Fine. So now if I just run this program, you can see here, we are getting the same stars without any problem here. This is basic math. I hope you can able to understand here. So consider starting value 0. If the value of n is 5, the last value is always n minus 1, which is 5 minus 1. 5 minus 1 is 4. I hope you could able to draw the logic here. Fine. Now suppose I want to achieve, let's try to write more patterns so that we can understand this better. The next pattern, which the agenda here is, let me draw the pattern here for which we may have to develop the logic. Now let's develop the logic for the given pattern which is there in front of us. Fine. Now same logic, the loops will be, you may have to write the loops. It will be same. I'll be focusing only on whatever we write inside the if block. Fine. The remaining logic will remain same. I will be just writing, let's focus on writing this logic which we may have to write inside the if condition. If that condition is satisfying, we want to print the stars. If the condition is not satisfying, we may have to print the spaces. So let's focus only on what we may have to write inside the if block. In the nesting of the loops, in this particular video, we have understood how we have to write the full program. Now let's focus on the logic which we may have to build in order to get this pattern. Fine. So whenever I value is equal to 0, I value is equal to 0, I want to print the stars. See here, whenever I value is 0, I want to print the stars. Great. Whenever j value is equal to 0, when j value is 0, I want to print the stars. Fine. Or whenever j value is equal to 4, you can also go with n minus 1. Fine. N minus 1. If the value of n is 5, it is 4. N means, of course, n minus 1. That is, current value of n is 5. 5 minus 1 is how much? 4. You writing the 4 or you writing the n minus 1, both of them are same. If you write n minus 1, it could be generic. You can just change the value of n. The same pattern will print. Maybe you can give value of n is 10. Then it is 10 minus 1 is 9. The last value it will print. The last whatever column is there, for that column it will print the stars here. Better to go with the value of n. Fine. So if you write j equal to n minus 1, that means the last column, that's the last value is always n minus 1. The last value is always n minus 1. You can consider that. Fine. This is fine. Now I know one stars here. When the value is n minus 1, I value is n minus 1. The last, I know one stars everywhere here. I want star in the middle. Fine. So if this is n minus 1, if n minus 1 is 4, n minus 1 by 2, that means n minus 1 is 4, 4 by 2 is 2. Exactly at second place we can get it. We can say I equal to 2, I need star. We can say that, there is no problem. Instead of we seeing 2, we can also say n minus 1 by 2. What is the n? N value is 5. 5 minus 1 by 2. That means 4 by 2. 4 by 2 is how much? 2 only. So you writing n minus 1 by 2 or you directly writing 2, there is no problem. If you write directly 2, if in case if you want to increase the size of the pattern, you may have to make changes here also always. So in order to make it generic, if we change the size of the pattern, n value if we change, we want to change this pattern, then go with the generic n. So you write directly 2 or n minus 1 by 2. That means exactly half. If this is n minus 1 by, if this is n minus 1, n minus 1 by 2, half of this is middle, right? So I will go with n minus 1 by 2. So we will be able to get this pattern. Let's go to the IDE and try to get solution for this. And we have already seen this. Let me just comment this part. So I would like to just write the same thing here. And let me write the logic for the pattern which we have got it. Whenever I value is equal to 0, I need star. J value is 0, we need star. And whenever j value is equal to n minus 1, the last column, we need star. And whenever I value is last column, the last row, we don't need stars. Half of that we need star. So whenever I value is equal to n minus 1, the last value, divided by 2, that means half. If the last row is n minus 1, half of that is n minus 1 by 2. I hope that basic maths everyone knows exactly at half. And if I have to just run this program, you can see on your screen, as per the plan, we are able to get this. Let's draw 2 or 3 more basic patterns and then we will go for the advanced so that you are getting comfortable for this. So now the agenda here is, the end goal here is, we may have to draw this pattern. So let me just write down that pattern here. As you can see, let's write the pattern for these 3 things, these 2 things, okay? So you all know these are the value of I equal to 0 here. And the last value is always I equal to n minus 1. The first value is j equal to 0 here. And the last value is n minus 1. And of course, if the last value is n minus 1, exactly the middle value will be n minus 1 by 2. Half of that. And if the last value is n minus 1, then the middle value, exactly at middle, we have n minus 1 by 2. By 2 of the last value. If the last value is 10, then 10 by 2 is 5, right? 10 by 2 is 5. So of course it is the middle. I hope that fundamentals you know. So I know one starts everywhere. I'll be putting the condition is, if in case I value is equal to star. Let me just change the pen here. I value is equal to star. I need star. That means I value when it is equal to 0. I need star. Great. Apart from that, do we need stars when the I value is n minus 1 by 2 or n minus 1? No, that's all. Great. Whenever j value is equal to n minus 1. N minus 1, if you stop, it will print last. Entire column will be printed. I don't want that. N minus 1 by 2. N minus 1 by 2 means exactly at the middle. When j values at this point, I need stars. When I value 0, I need stars. Rest of all the places, I need spaces. We may have to put within the if block for this, right? Now coming to this, you can see these all the I values. I value 0, exactly at mid. I values n minus 1 by 2. The last is n minus 1. Here 0, n minus 1 by 2. The last is n minus 1. Great. So whenever j value is equal to 0, I need star. When these all the j values, okay? When j value is 0, I need star. Great. Whenever j value is equal to n minus 1, that means the last value is always n minus 1. I need star. Great. Or whenever I value 0, I don't want. I value is n minus 1, I don't want. Whenever I value is at the middle, these rows, I value is equal to n minus 1 by 2. N minus 1 is last. By 2 means exactly at the middle. Whenever I value is equal to n minus 1 by 2, I need stars. Rest of all the places, we may have to print the spaces. So let's go and write the same logic in the IDE here. So of course, this particular condition I would like to comment down. I'll go here. First, let's write the logic for the t. So whenever I value 0, I need stars. And whenever j value is equal to n minus 1 by 2. At the half, n minus 1 is the last value. Half of that, if the last value is 10, half of that is 5. At the middle, I need stars. Fine. So if I have to just run this, you can notice we are getting the pattern as per the need, whatever we were expecting. Fine. This is the most easiest one if you could able to get it. Now, of course, for the h also, it is very, very similar. So I would like to say here, whenever j value is 0, I need star. Or whenever j equal to n minus 1, the last value I need star. If you write only this much, then of course you'll be getting these two things. And whenever I value is half, I need star. So what I'm going to write here, I will say here, or whenever I is equal to n minus 1 by 2. That means half of, if n minus 1 is last value, half of that is the middle value. These all rows are considered as the I values, which we have already discussed. So if I have to just run this, you can see we could able to get this pattern. Fine. So before I even go for the any complex pattern, I would like to show how do we write these patterns one beside the other. We can write it by writing a big expression inside the if only, by writing i's, j's, all the logics together. That will be complex, but we can write one beside the other. How do we write? Let's try to understand that here. Let me create a new program first of all. You all know this particular logic which you can see on your screen will print h. If I just have to run this, please see here, we are getting the h. Okay, there is some error exists. So let me just rectify that. Of course, we may have this extra one. Okay, I think we may have to close the method. We may have to close the class. Done. The problem is solved. Let me just run this. If I have to run this, you can see we are getting this. I want something beside that, right? So what I'm going to do is, before system.out.println, before that, same thing, same j loop, I will write once again. I will write this once again. It is in the same I loop. This is the closure of I loop. In the same I loop, before system.out.println, I am writing this. Maybe let me write for one more. I will go here and write for one more. That means 3 alphabets we can print now. In between, if you want space, I will say like the way you can see here. See here, maybe I want 2 spaces, so I'll give 2. It should be print between one j loop to another j loop. Whatever system.out.print I'm writing, it should be print, not ln. How much ever space you want, you can give here. Fine. See here, at the end we have system.out.println. Within same I loop, before system.out.println, I have written 3 j loops. This will print the value of h, and let's go here and print the value for the t. Maybe t means I equal to 0, or I will say j equal to n minus 1 by 2. When the j value is at the middle, this will print t. And if I have to maybe print here, let's print I value here. I means whenever I value is equal to 0, or I value is equal to n minus 1. That's great. Or j equal to n minus 1 by 2. When the j value is at the middle, I value first, last, and j value is at the middle. Fine. So let me just run this application. If I just have to run this program, you can see we are getting the things in the same line with the required space also. H, T, I. In the same row, if you want to print the multiple patterns, one beside the other. How to write, I hope you have seen. You can rewatch the video. This is recorded video. That particular part, if you have missed, you can just go to that part and rewatch it. So I hope you were able to understand the fundamentals of patterns here. Fine. So let's draw a little bit more complex in terms of alphabets only before we get into the complex pattern programming. How to draw the triangle, rhombus, all those things, right angle, triangle. In fact, you will be in a position to draw someone's face. All of that we will see to it. Let's go ahead here. Maybe I want to draw D here. Fine. So I will say here, this is my pattern, of course. As you can see, it is looking like a D. So you all know that these values are I values. So I value here is 0. And I value here, the last value is always n minus 1. So of course, by default, the middle value will go for n minus 1 by 2. Same goes here. J value here always 0. The last value is this. At here, the j value is n minus 1. At the middle, it is n minus 1 by 2. This you already know. Now, if I say whenever I value is equal to 0, it will print star from here till the last. But I want till 4. When j value is n minus 1, here I know one star. I know one star here. If you write star, it will be like the first pattern which we have developed. I want it to go here and it should be like this. So here I know one star. Fine. These are the j values. So when I equal to 0, I need star. But at that time, I'm putting and make sure j value is less than n minus 1. All these are j values, right? When I equal to 0, I need star. That time make sure this j values whatever you have, it should be less than n minus 1. Less than n minus 1 means wherever n minus 1 is there, that particular place star will not be printed. Less than that, before n minus 1. So this place star will not be there. Before that star will be printed. Fine. Or this is done. Whenever I equal to n minus 1, if I say, stars will be printed from starting till the last. Here also star will be printed, but I don't want here. I want to stop it here, right? So I will put and I value is, or j value, these are j values. These are j values, right? So j value is less than n minus 1. That means this is j is n minus 1 here. It should be less than this, before this. That means still here only. It will print this. And of course, here there is no problem. So I'll say here, whenever j equal to 0, I know star from starting to last. No problem here. Now, how about the remaining stars? Consider these are the I values. These are the rows. These are the, columns, j values. These are the I values. Fine. This is fine. No problem. I'll say or. Now, whenever j equal to n minus 1, if I say j equal to n minus 1, you will be getting the stars from starting till the last. If you just say n minus 1, j value, this is n minus 1, right? It will print starting full row. I know one stars here, right? So I'll be putting the condition and I value, make sure that time is greater than 0. Because this is I 0, right? I is 1 here. I 0 here, 1 here, 2 here. Greater than 0. That means after 0. When j equal to n minus 1, this line I need star, but I didn't even, I know what everywhere. That time make sure when j value is n minus 1, I need star, but make sure I value is greater than 0. After this, after 0, and I value is less than n minus 1. This last value of I is n minus 1. It should be less than this. So when j value is n minus 1, this row I need star. But during that time, I value should be greater than 0. That means after 0, I value is before n minus 1, less than n minus 1. So that line I want stars only here. So when j is n minus 1, I value should be greater than 0. I value should be less than n minus 1. Only these places I need star. So only I am putting and here. Making sense? One more example I will take here so that you can understand better. So let me just write this logic. Same logic I would like to draw here. So if I have to, write here, let me go back to the previous example. And of course, I may have to just change this part. So let me just comment this part. And let me write the same logic which we have already discussed. Let me write that logic here. As you can see, I have developed the logic here. So whenever I is 0, that time make sure the j value is less than the last value. Whenever I is n minus 1, the last row, make sure that the j value is less than the last value. Of course, it is not n minus 1 by 2. It is just n minus 1. It should be less than n minus 1. Fine. So whenever j value is 0, that line full I need star. There is no problem. Whenever j value is n minus 1, that time also I value should be greater than 0. When j value is the last n minus 1, I value should be greater than 0 and I value should be less than the last value. If I just run this program, you can see as per the expectation, we can get the result. On your console, you can see the result. We are getting this D. Fine. If you want, you can stop printing this, space. You will get just stars. It is looking like a D only. Fine. So let's write one more last alphabet logic here so that and or operator you can get comfortable before we get into the complex pattern programming. This is just the part 1 of it. So let me just draw one pattern for which we may have to achieve the logic here. Let me write down the pattern here. Now let's develop the logic for this. Like it is looking like a O, or you can say circular shape. I want to achieve this. Fine. So what I'm going to say here is whenever these all the I values, I equals to 0 here, I equals to n minus 1 here. These are the j values, j equal to 0 here, j equals to n minus 1 here. Great. Keep this in mind. Whenever I equal to 0, I need star if I say and if I stop. Star will be printed from starting till the last. I know want here also. I know want here also. When I is 0, I want star, but not everywhere. So I'll put and j value should be greater than 0. these are j values, right? It should be greater than 0. And j value should be less than n minus 1. J value should be less than this. These are j values. So when I equal to 0, I need star. That time make sure j value is greater than 0 and j value is less than n minus 1. Only in this place I want it. Fine. This is 1. Or if I say whenever j equal to 0, it will print star when j is 0 from starting till the last. So I know what everywhere. So again I'll put the condition and these are the I values, right? I will say here I value is greater than 0. When j is 0 I need it. But I value should be greater than 0 after 0. Not 0 after 0. Here all this I should be printed. And I value should be less than n minus 1. That means this should be less than n minus 1. This is the last value is n minus 1. Before this, when j is 0, I value should be more than 0 and I value should be less than n minus 1 before this. So all this I want star. Great. Same goes the other two logics. So I'll say here whenever j value is equal to n minus 1. This part is also same. When j value is n minus 1, I value should be greater than 0. I value should be less than n minus 1. Before this, after 0. So again, I would be writing the same logic. I value should be greater than 0 and I value should be less than n minus 1. Great. Or the last value, when I equal to n minus 1. If I say only this much, stars will be printed everywhere. That time, this j value should be greater than 0, less than n minus 1. Only here I want. That time, when I is n minus 1, make sure j value is greater than 0. After 0 and j value is less than n minus 1. If you write this, definitely you will be able to achieve that. So let's write the same pattern here. Let me just write down the logic for the same here. So whatever I have discussed, same thing we have written here. Fine. So let me just run this program and see if we are getting the desired result. You can see we are getting the desired results. Whatever we had planned, we could able to get that result here. Fine. So with practice, if you just focus more, you will be in a position to understand the approach which I am trying to say. Fine. We have to discuss more on this approach. This is start of this journey. Fine. I hope you could able to understand. If you could able to focus anytime, you can rewatch the entire video. Again, I say before getting into this video is you should be comfortable with the concept of operators, if else and the loops which we have discussed. Kindly watch those videos. If you face any difficulties, first complete that videos one more time. And again, get back to this video and you can also watch it in 1.5x speed, 2x speed, but with complete focus, you will be able to understand what is the approach I am trying to say. This is about the part 1 of pattern programming. I hope you are also getting comfortable with the concept of loop, if else and the operators also. Now, by keeping in mind that you have understood this by rewatching the videos, by practicing it, by listening to the focus, I'll be discussing the part 2 of pattern programming where we'll try to discuss little bit advanced concept. Fine. And also to make sure, please do like the video, do comment and also share with your peers and the colleagues. Thank you so much again for joining me in this video. Hello and welcome back. Now let's continue the journey of pattern programming. I would be keeping in mind that you have already watched the part 1 of pattern programming and also you are very comfortable with the fundamentals concepts of Java such as operators, loops and conditionals. Fine. So now let's proceed here. I want to draw this pattern. Fine. So let me just complete this pattern here. You can see I have completed. It is looking like a maybe diagonal. Fine. So I would like to give a name to this pattern, maybe D1. You can say diagonal 1 or D1. I want to draw something like this. Fine. So let's drive how we can do for it. So I would like to consider this is for my D1. And let me see what is the value of I wherein I need star. What is the value of j when I need star. So whenever I value, all these are the I values or these columns are the j values. Fine. So whenever I value is 0, j value is 0, I need star. When I value is 0, j value 0, I need star. Whenever I value is 1, this is 1 and j value is also 1. You can see here. Whenever this is the case, I need star. Whenever I value is 2, j value is 2, I need star. Similarly, whenever I value is 3, j value is 3, I need star. Fine. Similar to that, whenever all the values of I is equal to all the values of j, then I need to print star. That means here also you can see value of I is same as the value of j. I is also 10, j is also 10, I need to print star. That means all these 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 till 10 and all the values here, they are the values of I and j. So I would like to say whenever I value is equal to j value, I want to print the star. So if I just write this formula, definitely we will be in a position to get this. Let me open the IDE and try to execute this program here. I would like to open, and you can see here, I would like to just write here, whenever I value is equal to j value, I need to print star. If not, I would like to print the spaces. Let me just run this program. You can see on your screen, we are able to get this diagonal, which you can see here. Fine. Currently the value of maybe, n is 5 here. Let me consider the value of n equals to 11. Fine. So that's fine. N minus 1 means 10. So till 0 to 10, it will loop. So let me just run this program and you can see the result. We are getting one diagonal. Fine. So now let's proceed further here. Very simple formulas. You need to understand this. And if you could able to understand, then definitely any complex pattern also you will be in a position to give logic. Fine. So this is about the D1. Now I want to draw stars here. Maybe I'll give the name as D2. Let me complete these stars here. As you can see on your screen, this naming, I'll give it as maybe D2. I have kept the name of this diagonal as D2, diagonal 2, whatever you want you can call. So I'll give it as D2. Name of that pattern also you can say. So let's check what is the value of I and what is the value of j when I need star. Fine, I have kept here the n value is 11 here because 0 to 10 I want to print. If you count from 0 till 10, it is 11 only. So the last value is always n minus 1. I hope you have already know that because we have discussed this in our previous video also, wherein exactly the middle value will be called as n minus 1 by 2 and the last value is always n minus 1. Fine. Now first star. When I want the first star, that time the value of I is 0. Because here, these are the value of I, right? It is 0. That time the value of j is 10. Great. Value of the second star when I want, the value of I that time is, you can see 1. And the value of j at that moment is 9. The third star when I want, the value of I is 2. And the value of j at the same time is 8. The value of I is 3 here. You can see here the value of I is 3. At the same time the value of j, this is j, right, is 7. So the value of I is 4, j is 6. Similarly, at the last you can see the value of I is 10 and the same moment the value of j is 0. Fine. Now if you just try to add what is the constant value which we may get here. 0 plus 10 is equals to 10. 1 plus 9 is equals to 10. And 2 plus 8 is equal to 10. 3 plus 7 is equal to 10. 4 plus 6 is equal to 10. Similarly, 10 plus 0 is equal to 10. All these are the values of I and all these are the value of j. So whatever is there inside the I, if you add with whatever is there inside the j, it will lead to 10. The value of n is currently 11. And if you want to achieve 10, 11 minus 1 is 10. That means inside n, we have 11 minus 1 is 10. So if we able to write this formula, definitely we can get this D2. Whatever pattern we have here, which we have given the associated name D2, we will be able to get that result. So let me give this as for D2 and this is our D1. Fine. So let me just draw one line here so that there is a differentiating factor. So let's write the formula. Let me open the IDE here. If I open this, let it be there as it is. I would like to go here, or when I value plus j value, if I try to add, it should be equal to n minus 1. If it is I value and j value, if I try to add, it should be n minus 1. If that is the case, I need to print this star. So let me just run this program. If I have to run here, you can notice I'm able to get this. Fine. The diagonal 2 also we could able to achieve. Now, since we are printing alongside star one space also, here also there are 2 spaces. If you want, you can just avoid this space, and maybe you can also avoid 1 space here. Then if I just have to run without any spaces, only star will be printed. Something like this. Fine. Now let's write, same pattern, maybe in one more way. So what I would like to do, I want to do that beside this. So inside the same I loop, I will copy this entire j loop. It is within the same I loop. Before system.out.println, in the part 1, we have already discussed this. I would like to write one more time j loop. This j loop one more time I have written within the same I loop before system.out.println. In between, I would like to give one space, system.out.print. It has to be system.out.print. No, not ln, it should be print. Okay. I would like to give maybe 1 or 2 spaces. That's fine. And here, this is fine. I would like to go with whenever I value is 0, I need star, or whenever j value is equal to 0, I need star, or by now you should be in a position to understand what I'm writing here. You have already understood the fundamentals of pattern programming. Fine. Where this is leading to, you should be able to get one picture in your mind. I will say whenever I value is the last value, n minus 1, and you can say j value is equal to n minus 1, which is r, of course. And if I just have to run this, you can notice here, I'm getting this pattern. Such a beautiful pattern, which looks complex, but in reality, this is not the complex. Fine. The other alphabets now you can able to draw the K, X, Y, Z very easily, what we have seen in the previous video. Now let's proceed ahead and understand few more things here. I would like to open this. Let me open the board. And now the end goal is I want to achieve. Let's have few more formulas here, which are very, very crucial. I want to draw a pattern. Maybe this is the pattern I want to achieve. Let me just draw this. Okay. And I would like to give the name of this line as, maybe I would like to give it as P1. Whatever name you want, you can give. So I need star here. Okay. So let's create formula for this. I would like to give this as a P1, and let's check when I need star. What is the value of I? What is the value of j? I need star. Whenever you can see this star I want, right? What is the value of I this time? The value of I is 0. And what is the value of j? Value of j is 5. Great. What is the value of I here? Value of I is 1 here. And what is the value of j that time? It is 4. What is the value of I? It is 2. And in this star, what is the value of j? It is 3. Great. What is the value of I here? Here it is 3. Here it is 2. Here it is 4. Here it is 1. And here it is 5. Here it is 0. J value is 0 here. And I value is 5. So when you need star, whenever I value is 5, J value is 0, I need star. Whenever I value is 4, J value is 1, I need star. That is what I have written here. Can we get any common constant value here if you do something? Yes, we can get it. If you say 0 plus 5, it is leading to 5. 1 plus 4 is leading to 5. 2 plus 3 is leading to 5. And again, 3 plus 2, again 5. 4 plus 1 is leading to 5. 5 plus 0 is also leading to 5. All these are the values of I. I'll keep I as it is. Plus, all these values are the values of j. I'll keep j equal to 5. What is the current value of n? N is 11. N minus 1 is 10. So if I want 5, 10 by 2 is 5. And I'll say n minus 1. 11 minus 1 is 10, right? 10 by 2. 10 by 2 is 5. I think this will give us 5. Fine. So if I write this formula, definitely we can achieve the P1. Whatever we want here, we can easily achieve. So let's write the code for the same very quickly. I would like to go here, and maybe here only I would like to add. I will say here I plus j whenever it is equal to n minus 1 by 2. If I try to add I plus j value, and if that is equal to n minus 1 by 2, that moment I need to print star. That's the meaning of it. Fine. So if I have to just run this, you can see we can easily get the line which we wanted. See, this line is getting printed. Fine. If you want, you can print individual also. You can check it. That should not be a problem. So let me just take this from here, and I would like to print that as a separate pattern. So let me just do that here. As you can see, I have written one more j loop before the system.out.println within the same I loop. That means I want one beside the other. So the formula which we have got here is, whenever I value, if I try to add with j value, if it is leading to n minus 1 by 2, I need to print star. Very easy it is. I want all of you to focus here and try to understand. And if there is any ambiguity, you can always re-watch the video. You can watch the part 1 of pattern programming also. Fine. So let me just run this program. If I have to just run it, you can see we can get this. Fine. Very easy it is. Now let's go here. I would like to open this boardwork again. And this time, maybe I want to achieve this pattern. Great. I want to achieve this. Let me just go here. This is fine. I want to achieve this. I want to print this. I would like to give this name as maybe P2. Now let's try to generate the formula for P2. Okay. So here I would like to write P2. And when I need star, what is the value of I and what is the value of j when you need star? So I want star here. So what is the value of I this time? I think this is I. All the rows are 0. This is 0. And what is the value of j? It is 5. What is the value of I that time? The value of I here, I want star, right? The value of I is, you can see 1 and j is 6. Value of I is 1, j is 6. What is the value of I here? The value of I here is, I guess, 2. Yep, it is 2. And what is the value of j here? Value of j here is 7. What is the value of I here? I value is 3. And what is the value of j? It is 8. I value is 4, 9. I value is 5. It is 10. If you do something, we'll be able to get any constant value. I guess the answer is S here. If you say 5 minus 0. 5 minus 0 is 5. 6 minus 1, if you just try to do it, it is again 5. 7 minus 2 is 5. 8 minus 3 is 5. 9 minus 4 is 5. 10 minus 5 is 5. That means whenever I try to take j value, subtract that with whatever value of I is there. These are the j values, right? And these are the I values. It should give us 5. 5 referring to n minus 1. 11 minus 1 is 10 by 2. Fine. So whenever j minus I if I do, and if it is leading to n minus 1 by 2, I need to print the star. That is a formula. If you could able to get these formulas, then it is done. We can draw any complex pattern. Fine. So let me just go to my IDE here, and I would like to just add this formula which we have achieved. I will say here, whenever j value, if I try to subtract that with I value, and if it is leading to n minus 1 by 2, if it is leading to this, whenever this is the situation, I need to print star. If I try to take j value, subtract that with I value, and if it is leading to this value, n minus 1 by 2, whatever is the value of n, if the n value is 11, 11 minus 1 is 10, 10 by 2 is 5. Fine. So if that is the situation, I need to print the stars. Rest of the places, I need to print the spaces. So if I have to just run this, you can notice we could able to get this P2 also. If I have to open this, you can see we could able to get this. Great. Fine. Now let's try to understand maybe for P3. I want P3 to be something like this. Okay. I want star here. Great. I want to print stars here. I want this to be act like a P3 for us. I will say here, this is our P3. Fine. So now what is the value of I and what is the value of j when we need star? The value of I here is 5. What is the value of j here? At this moment, the value of j is 0. You can see all them, these things are there. No, they are j values. What is the value of j here? It is 0. I is 5. What is the value of I here? I think the value of I is 6. And what is the value of j? It is 1. What is the value of I here? It is 7. And what is the value of j that time? 2. Value of I is 8. And value of j there is 3. What is the value of I? 9. It is 4. So if you try to subtract this, 5 minus 0 is 5. 6 minus 1 is 5. 7 minus 2 is 5. 8 minus 3 is 5. 9 minus 4 is 5. 10 minus 5 is 5. So whenever, if we have I value, all these are I values, right? If I try to subtract with whatever value we have, all these are j values. If it is leading to 5, 5 means right now n value is 11. 11 minus 1, which is 10 by 2. So whenever, if I subtract I value minus j value, and if it is resulting in whatever I get here, one constant n minus 1 by 2, then I need to print the star. How we have got this, I hope you are able to understand. These are the values of i's and these are the values of j's. And if I just try to subtract, I'm leading to this. Whenever, if this is the situation, I need to print the stars. That's the meaning of it. Let me just go ahead here and write formula for this. I would like to go ahead and say, whenever I value, if I subtract with j value, and if it is leading to n minus 1 by 2, if it is leading to n minus 1 by 2, I need to print the star. You can see here, if I have to run the program, I could able to print the stars here. We are able to get the result for this. Fine. Now let's try to achieve for P4. Let's achieve this for the P4. P4, I think we can get 1 or 2 formulas based on whatever you get. You can write it. There is no problem in that. Fine. So it is P4. When I need star, what is the value of I that time when I need star, and what is the value of j when I need star? That's the meaning of it. So let me just write this. This is where I need to have 1 star. Fine. So that's fine. All right. So I need star here. I'll give this as a P4. So this moment I need star, right? So what is the value of I here? Value of I here is 5, and it is the last value, I guess. Value of j that time is 10. Value of I here is, I guess it is 6, and value of j here by this time, I guess it is 9. Here it is 7. Value of I that time is 7, and here it is 8. This is 8. Value of j. This is the value of j. And here it is 8. Here it is 7. Here it is 9, 6, and here it is 10, and value of j that time is 5. Any constant value we can draw here. If I try to add I plus j, what is the value which we may get it, and how we can align that to the value of n? Fine. So 5 plus 10 is 15, 6 plus 9 is 15, 7 plus 8 is 15, 8 plus 7 15, 9 plus 6 15, and 10 plus 5 is 15. Fine. So if I try to add I value with all these are j values, right? J value, it should result in 15. 15 means, if I say n minus 1, n minus 1 means n value is 11, right? 11 minus 1 is 10 plus n minus 1, 10 by 2. That means this is leading to 10. And n minus 1, 10 by 2 is leading to 5. So 15 we can get it. So this is one of the formula. You can write one more formula, 3 into maybe n minus 1 by some formula, we will get it. So I think this is more easier. So whenever I value, if I try to add with j value, and if it is able to result in this value, then definitely I want to print the star. Rest of the places, I want to print the spaces. Very simple this is. I would like to go here and I would like to write this formula. I would like to say here, whenever I value, if I add with j value, if it is resulting in n minus 1, I'll say here plus n minus 1 by 2. I'll say here n minus 1 by 2. I need to print the stars. Fine. So if I have to just run this, you can notice we can able to do this. We are able to get this. Very beautiful pattern. Fine. Now to the same pattern, what I'm going to do here is, I would like to take it in the same row only. I want it same row. Before the system.out.println, it is in the same I loop. Multiple j loops I'm writing. Before system.out.println, whatever in between I'm printing, please observe it is print. I'm printing some spaces. To the same one, what I would like to do here is, whenever I value is equal to 0, I value is equal to 0, or, okay, let me just write here one or. I would like to say here, whenever j value is equal to 0, okay, fine, great, or whenever j value is equal to n minus 1, I'll say here, or whenever I value is equal to n minus 1, I need to print the star. Fine. So if I just have to run this program, you can see we could able to get this beautiful pattern. Fine. Making sense? Now you can draw any pattern also. Very easy this is. If you have understood the last video and this video, I don't think so any problem. Before that, if you have understood if else, how it is working, and the fundamentals of loop, for loop, nesting of for loop, what is the use of this, operators, then this is not difficult if you watch with complete focus. Anytime you can rewatch the video at any given point of time. Now let's do one thing here. I want to fill the outer parts in this pattern. Whatever is there, I want to fill it. That means what I want to achieve right now is this. Let me just draw that pattern here. As you can see on your screen, we want to achieve this. Whatever this outer pattern is there, no, I want to fill with these stars. And in center, it should be empty. This is what I want to achieve. Fine. So all of you know that what is the formula for this P1? This is P2, this is P3, and this is P4. We already know that formula. By keeping that in mind, I would like to proceed further. Fine. So you can notice here, we have got the formula for P1, P2, P3, P4. If we say equal to, then we will get this. That means if I say I plus j equal to n minus 1 by 2, exactly this one line I will get. I will say I want this line, and whatever value before this is there, no, I want to fill that also. Fine. This is P1, right? So let me just write the code directly on the IDE. What I'm going to do here is I will take this, maybe let's have that in my same row only. I will write one more j loop with system.out.print space in between, and whatever we have already achieved, let me just erase that here. All right, that's fine. Great. So what is the formula for P1 we have achieved? I value plus j value is equal to n minus 1 by 2. Whenever this is the situation, I need to print the stars. If I just have to run this program, you can see we are getting this. Now whatever this part is there, no, I want to fill this up. So I'll say here, what equal to only that, no, I will say here less than or equal to. That means I need this also. Less than this. Before this, whatever is there, I want to print it. I have told I want this line equal to, less than or equal to. Equal to also need less than this, whatever we have, I want to print that. Less than this, whatever we have, I want to print it. So let me just open the ID here, and I do have written this, and if I just have to run this, you can notice I'm able to get this pattern. On your screen, let me just open the console. You can see we could able to get this. Great. Now let me go for the P2, and you all know the formula for P2, which we have got it. And I guess this is our P2. This line is our P2. I want this and all this to be filled. And what is the formula we have got? That P2 is j minus I is equal to n minus 1 by 2. If I have to go back to my IDE, and this is I want it, I'll say or j value, if I subtract I value, if it is equal to n minus 1 by 2. If this is a situation, I need to print the stars. If I just have to print this, you can notice I'm getting this line. I want to fill the other part also. This entire part I want to fill. Fine. So I would like to say here, maybe j minus I is greater than or equal to, let me just check here, greater than or less than. Let's run this and see to it. Yes, it is greater than or equal to n minus 1 by 2. Equal to also greater than that. The other part, everything and equal to it. Fine. So we could able to get this pattern, beautiful pattern. Fine. So now only this much if you want. I hope how you, we have got this, you could able to achieve this. So let me just go ahead here. And what is the formula for P3 we have got? I minus j is equal to n minus 1 by 2. N minus 1 by 2 is the formula for P3, right? If I just have to run this, you can notice we could able to get this. I want to fill whatever is there here. Everything has to be filled. Below this, I want to fill. That is the agenda, right? So I will say here, it is less than, I minus j is less than, okay, less than or equal to. If I just have to go here, and if I just, oh my goodness, I guess I have to go with greater than, not the less than, because I minus, it is not the plus, I minus, fine. So because after I value is 5, it is below part, right? P3 it is. You can notice here, I have to go back here and let me just tell you why we are getting this part, because this part I want to fill, and this part is, you can notice, that time I value is greater. Here I value 0, here 5, 6, 7, 8. It is greater than this. Okay, this one I want to fill. So exactly opposite I have to do, because it is printing the reverse which we wanted. So I would like to go here and say greater than. And if I just have to run this, I'm pretty sure we will be able to get this. You can notice here, we could able to get this. Very close we are. And what is the formula for P4 which we have got? The P4 formula which we have got here is, I will say I plus j is equal to n minus 1 plus n minus 1 by 2. If this is a situation, I need to print the stars, n minus 1. If it is equal to, of course, only that one line will be printed. You can see on your screen. So we are getting this. I want to fill this entire part. I want to fill this. I plus j, if I say greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to 15 or less than or equal to 15. So let me just see here. Greater than or less than or equal to. Let's try the greater than or equal to. I would like to go here and say greater than or equal to. Fine. I plus j value should be greater than also. That means below this or equal to this line. So if I just have to run this, it should work. And you can see we are able to do that. Very great. It looks great, right? See, it's not so difficult. You can draw any pattern, whatever logic I am teaching here. This is very versatile logic. You need not to recall or remember any formula. You need not to remember the upper limit formula. On spot, dynamically, based on the pattern, you can able to develop the formula. Looking wise, of course, it looks something great, but it is not so horrible as how it looks. If someone who is new to the world of programming, who don't know Java, who don't know one line of code, for them, if you just try to show these formulas, of course, it is array index out of bounds. For them, it will be out of the boundary. But it is very easy if you are watching this with complete focus from the scratch. Making sense? Now let's try to develop for the triangle. One last pattern and we are able to done. The triangle, not here. Maybe this we have already done it. I would like to go here. Maybe in the same row, the last pattern. I would like to within the same I loop, one more j loop before system.out.println. Whatever spacing I'm giving here, it is print, not the println. Great. Now, what is the formula for this? This is a P1, right? Okay, this is a P1, of course. And what is the formula for P2? Let me just write this here. The formula for P2 is which we have got, j minus I is equal to n minus 1 by 2, n minus 1 by 2. Okay, so if we just write this much, if I just run this, we can able to get this. We just have to fill this. And if you want only empty, then very simple it is. I'll say here or I value is equal to n minus 1 by 2. Of course, let me just wrap this up. N minus 1 by 2, exactly at half. If I just have to run this, you can notice we could able to get this. If you want to fill this up, then you may have to play around. Last time I have told here less than. I wanted to fill this part. I have told less than. Now I wanted to fill the other part, this side. Okay, so I have to say here greater than. I have to just say here greater than. If I say greater than or equal to, this line and greater, everything will be printed. I want to stop at some point. I want it to stop at some point. If you want to stop at some point, I may have to use here AND operator. And I value should be less than or equal to n minus 1. N minus 1, that means half. Please don't print everywhere. I want to stop at the half. This part is there, no? This entire part, I want to stop at the half. And I would like to say here, j value should be equal to, I'll say here, less than or equal to n minus 1 by 2. Of course, not n minus 1. It is n minus 1 by 2 for the case of I also. I would like to just write here n minus 1 by 2. N minus 1 by 2. What I'm trying to do here is, kindly understand this. This greater than or equal to will print this one diagonal, and below this whatever is there everything will be printed till the end. I want that to stop at the middle. When j value is n minus 1 by 2, I want to stop. When j value at the half also, I value is n minus 1 by 2, here also I want it to stop. That is the reason I have written this. Same goes here also. Last time to print that, okay, I think we will not be in need of this right now because it is not needed for whatever logic we are developing. Last time what we have told, greater than, and now we have to say here less than. We don't want the outer side, we don't want the inner side. And now to this I will attach and make sure j value is greater than or equal to n minus 1 by 2. J value is greater than or equal to n minus 1 by 2. I will say here, and I value is less than or equal to n minus 1 by 2. What do you mean by that? Why this extra things? You may have to understand this. Let me open this board work just to explain what I have done there. Fine. So this is what we wanted to achieve here. So if I have to go here, this is what I wanted to achieve, right? Now, if I write only this much, earlier I have told this to fill. Now I'm filling this. While filling this, what I've done is, because this is n value is big, right? It will be printing here also, it will be printed, and the other side also fully will be printed. While printing greater I have told, and also I have stopped, and j value should be less than, here n minus 1 by 2, right? And here I value is n minus 1 by 2. I value also have stopped here. Please stop this all printing here. Please stop this printing here. This moment also I have told, while printing this, make sure you stop the printing here. J value is greater than. From here, greater than, or here also I have stopped. I value should be less than because it will print here also. To avoid that printing only, I have stopped here. Fine. The and part which I am writing. If you could able to understand other all the patterns, what I have written here, what I have told, you can easily understand that. So if I just have to run this program here, of course it is not n minus 2, it is n minus 1. And if just have to run this program, hopefully we will be able to get the pattern which we were desiring for. Fine. I hope now you could able to understand this. The end goal here is not just to print the patterns, which we could able to do easily, to get you, into the comfort of coding. I want you to start the, thinking. I want you to start developing the logics for which I have done this pattern programming. Now I hope you are used to the concept of loops, operators, if-else, conditionals, and also you could able to get into the zone of programming. Fine. So thank you so much for joining me for this long video. I hope you could able to enjoy. Anytime you can rewatch the entire pattern programming journey. If in case if you are feeling something difficult, you can always rewatch the entire video with complete focus. I'm pretty sure you will appreciate this approach and you will be able to write any pattern which is there in front of you. Please make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, also share with your peers and the colleagues. Thank you so much for joining me in this video. Thank you again. Hello and welcome back. As you all know, Java is an object-oriented programming language. So we need to understand some fundamentals of object-oriented programming. When I say object-oriented programming, we are discussing here what is a class, what is an object, how do we have to create an object, and also about some fundamentals of methods. Fine. So of course, whenever you hear the term object-oriented programming, the concepts such as encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction comes into picture. These major concepts of OOPS we will understand in Java series in depth, alongside the memory map, what happens behind the scene, what exactly happens in heap area and stack area. Right now, the end goal is to learn data structures and algorithm. For that, whatever fundamentals are required, what is a class, what is an object and method, it is more than sufficient. So having said that, let's get started. Now, whenever you want to write a code in an object-oriented programming language, it could be anything, Java, C++, it is very easy to convert any real-world scenario into the code. You just have to follow two rules. First rule is to identify the objects for which you want to write the code. First of all, consider that everything you see in front of you as an object. Whatever you see, it could be mic object, teacher object, student object, bus object, pen object, laptop object, building object, it could be anything. Whatever you see, consider that as an object. Fine. Now maybe I want to write code about student in Java. So first I'll identify student as an object. I'll write down here. I will say here student. Fine. I have identified the object for which I may have to write the code. Then for this object, first tell what and all student has. Then you may have to consider what all things student will do. The does part of the student and the has part of the student. The has part, what all student has. Maybe student has a name. Student has an ID. Student has an age. It could be anything. So on and so forth. What all activity student does. Student maybe sleeps. Student eats. Student study. All the activities which student does. Now, if you want to convert this, first you have identified the object and you have also considered the has part of an object for which you may have to write the code and the does part of that object. Fine. Now, for this, whatever you have considered and identified, you may have to write a blueprint. You may have to create a template blueprint. In technical words, we call it as class. So how do we have to write the code first? We may have to create the blueprint, which is a class. We need to start with a keyword called as class. And for whatever object we want to write the code, we have to write the name of that student. It is a convention that class name must start with the capital letter. If you write in small letter, compile time error will not be there, but it is just a convention, industry standard that always class name must start from the capital letter. Fine. I may have to open the class. I may have to close. The first part, I may have to write about the has part. And then I may have to write about the does part. Fine. Has part is managed by the concept of variables and data types. So I may have to write the has part first. I have identified student has an ID, student has a name, and student has an age. Whatever you have identified, you can create the variables. And Java is a strongly typed programming language. Only creating a variables will not work. We may have to write the type of the data inside this variable which we are going to store. ID, it is a number. So I would like to go with integer. What is integer? We have already seen about it. Name, collection of characters. Char data type we cannot use here. It is a collection of multiple characters. We may have to go with strings. About strings, moving forward, we will understand. Right now, age, again I can go with int. The has part is over. Then we may have to write the activities which student does by using the concept of methods. Method is similar to what we call functions in C programming language. Same thing we call here as methods, nothing more than that. About methods, again detail, we will try to understand the syntax. If you are new to the world of programming, if you have zero clue about the methods, please don't worry on the syntax of methods which I am going to write here. Again, detail from the scratch, we will understand what is the purpose of methods, and as a Java developer, what all the possibilities, how we can write the methods, the different syntax we will try to understand in depth. For now, does part we may have to write in the methods. See the conversion part. If you know the functions, well and good. If you don't know, don't worry, we will understand that in detail. Maybe student eats, or maybe I'll say student study. That activity using the concept of methods. Whatever body you want, you can write here, and no return type, so I'll go here void. Why we have to write void? Why we have to write this? Open the curly brackets, close it. How we may have to write here in depth, we are going to discuss about the methods also. For now, what all activity student does, write that using the concept of methods. The blueprint is ready. The template is ready, which we also call it as class. Having only class is not sufficient. If you want something to happen with this class, if you want this to be considered, you may have to create object of a class. For an example, if you go to any of the engineer, if you want to construct your home, you'll go to the civil engineers and you'll ask them to please give the blueprint of the home, plan of the home. If they give you the blueprint of the home, you'll have an entire picture, right? Where will be the hall, where will be the kitchen, where will be the bedroom. If I ask you go and stay there, is it possible? No, right? It's just a blueprint. It does not exist in reality. Same goes, if you just write a class, it does not exist in reality. It's just a blueprint. It's a plan. If you want something to happen with whatever code you have written inside this class, you must create object. That means if you have a blueprint of your home in front of you, looking at the blueprint, you may have to construct the home. If you construct the home, then you can get that blueprint into reality. Similarly, Here also the class is ready. You may have to create the object. How we may have to create the object? You have to use one keyword in Java called as new. That means you're invoking JVM. Please do create an object of which class? Please create the object of a student class. I'll say here object of student class. Fine. And for this object is ready right now. I'm going to give one name. Whatever name you want, you can give. I'll give the name as maybe ST. Inside the ST, this object address will be stored. And what is the type of this? We may have to specify. ST, is it of integer type, string type, float type, double type? No. ST is referring to student object. Hence, the type of this ST is a variable name I have given. You can give any name. I'll say here it is of a student type. It is of a student type. Fundamentally, we are understanding here in our Java series, we will understand in depth what happens in the heap area, about the constructors and the other important OOPS concept. Right now, what is in class and how do we have to create an object of a class? That fundamentally fine. So now the object is ready. Maybe I want my student to study. So whatever code I have written inside this study method, I want that to be executed. For which you just have to say st is a reference variable. I'll say please go inside that object. There is a method called as study. Please invoke that method. If you invoke whatever is there inside this, that will be executed. Fine. This is a class and this is an object. Now let's go in the IDE and try to write the code so that we can understand fundamentally about the class and object before we move ahead here. Fine. So I have identified student as an object for which I may have to first create the blueprint, which is a class. I will say here class student. Great. First, I may have to write the hash part. So I will say here integer type of ID, and again I will say string type of maybe I'll say here name, and again integer type of age. Great. Then what all activity student does? Maybe I'll say here student study. I will say here system.out.println. I will say here students are studying, or maybe I'll say here student need to study. Whatever message you want, that should not be a matter of concern. And since there is no return statement here, I would like to go with void. The syntax of method, if you are new to the world of programming, you need not to worry. I'm going to teach separately in the concept of methods. Right now, just see the conversion of a real into the code and how we may have to create a class and an object. Fine. Now, maybe I'll write one more activity which the student does. I will say student maybe sleeps. And whatever message you want, whatever body, it could be 1 line, 10 lines, 100 lines, or whatever activity you want, you can write, which we will understand moving forward. I will say here maybe student is sleeping in the class. Fine. Now hash part is over, does part is over. It is just in blueprint. If you want to give a life to this class, then you may have to create an object. How do we have to create an object? I'll go to the starting point of my program, which is a main method. And I'm going to give here, say, please JVM, create an instance. Object is also called as instance. Object creation is also called as instantiation. Instantiation means object creation. Object means instance. Both of them are same. Different way, different people call it. Fine. So I'll say here, please create the instance or object of this student. Object of this student. Create. And to this object, I'll give the name. Maybe the name I'll give it as ST. You can give any name. You can give student name. Doesn't matter. Whatever name you want, you can give. It is of type student. Object is ready now. This is an object. This is a name to an object, which is of what type? Student type. Now I'll say ST dot. Please go inside this. Call this activity. From here, control would go to this student, to this study, and whatever code you have written here, that will be executed. Maybe I want to execute the code, whatever code I have written inside this sleep activity, inside this sleep method, for which I'll say here, st dot, please invoke this method, please call this. That means please execute the code, whatever is written inside this method. Now, if I just have to run this, you can see we are getting the desired result. So of course we may have some already class by the name student. I'll go with the name as student 1. Okay, I'll say student 1 and student 1. Maybe student 1 is also there. Student is already there. Okay, maybe I've written some other code. Student 1 is not there. If I just have to run this, You can notice we are getting this. Whatever code we had written inside this methods, that is getting executed. Right now, we have not assigned any data here. If you want, you can assign also. That should not be a matter of concern. Maybe you can write one more method which will assign the data into these variables. We will understand more of this in the concept of methods. What is the syntax of these methods? How we may have to write this. More on the classes and objects by default will get clarified in that concept. For now, I hope you have understood fundamentally. If you want to write a code as an object-oriented programming developer, how we can consider an object and convert that into the code. First, we may have to write the class, which is a blueprint, and then we may have to construct an object. We may have to create an instance of that class, and using the reference, whatever name we have given, whatever activities you have written inside this, we may have to execute. Now, what is this void? Why we may have to write this? All these things we will try to understand. In my Java playlist, which is going to come very soon, I'm going to discuss the concept of OOPS in depth with respect to heap area, stack area, what happens behind the scene, and all the major concept of object-oriented programming such as constructor, encapsulation, now then inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, interfaces, we will understand in depth. Right now, the end goal is to understand data structures and algorithms. For that, some basics of Java we may have to understand. So we are discussing what is a class, what we have to do with respect to object. More on this we'll understand in the concept of methods. While understanding the concept of methods, we'll understand by default more on the class and object. Thank you so much for being with me in this video. Make sure to like the video, subscribe the channel, and share with your friends and peers. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will understand the concept of methods in Java. What we call function in C programming language, we call methods in Java. We will understand why there is a need to write the method, how we can write the method, the syntax of methods. We will take 4 examples and have good hold on the concept of methods in Java. Again, I'm coming up with a detailed Java series wherein all the OOPS concepts I'm going to talk in detail alongside the memory map. What happens behind the scene in the runtime stack area, on the heap area, we will discuss everything. Whatever basic fundamentals of OOPS, class, object creation, methods I'm talking, by keeping in mind that all these videos are recorded as a prerequisite for our DSA playlist. The end goal is to understand DSA, and some fundamentals of Java is what we're learning before we get into the concepts of data structures and algorithm. Having said that, let's get started with the concept of methods. First, we need to understand why method. Whenever you have any activity, any task, any code which you want to write, maybe I want to add 2 numbers. Any activity it could be. I want to maybe, print something on my console. Any task, subtract something, write pattern. Whatever you want to do in your program, always we write inside the method. Directly within a class, we don't write. We define a method. Inside the method, whatever activity, whatever code which we want to execute, printing something, adding 2 numbers, subtracting, fetching the data from the database, any activity which you want to do in your program, we have to do within a method. Fine. And in Java, method will have 4 things. Number 1, we will have a name. Fine. Then we will have the parameters required. What exactly they are, we will understand practically with 4 detailed examples also. Then we will have the body. Body in sense, whatever activity you are carrying out, whatever task, whatever code which you want to execute, that code we also call it as body. Then finally, we will have a return type. It is fixed. Whenever you want to write a method in Java, 4 things must be there. Number 1, name, parameter. Sometimes you can write the parameter list, or you can keep it empty. That also we will see. Number 3, body. And then we will have our return type. These 4 things are there in any method in Java. So if you have decided to do something in Java, you have to write a method. And whenever you want to write a method, you may have to write these 4 things. For an instance, I want to print hello. So, fine. So I'll say here system.out.println the method which you all know that in Java, if you want to print something on the console, we have to write system.out.println. I will say here hello. This is the activity I want to carry out. Fine. So this will be considered as the body of the method. I will enclose this. Great. Then whatever name of the method you want, you can give except reserve words. That means it should not have any predefined meaning in Java. For an instance, in Java, int has predefined meaning. Class has predefined meaning. Float has predefined meaning, right? All these things cannot be the name of variables, cannot be the name of class, cannot be the name of methods. You can give any name. You can give your girlfriend name, not a matter of concern. You can boyfriend name, any name. But give a name which is relevant to whatever activity, whatever task you're writing here. I'm displaying something on my console. I'll give the name as display. Great. Naming is over. Then I will not accept anything. I'll keep it empty. You can keep it empty. You can accept the parameters. When to accept, we'll understand in this video. This is over. Then we have a body, last return type. For now, to start the journey with, again in this video, moving ahead, you will understand. To start the journey, if you see any return statement on your method, in your method, anywhere, in the last line, then you cannot write void here. If you don't see any return statement, right now there is nothing, you are just printing. Are you seeing something like this return statement? No. If you don't see this anywhere in your body, especially the last line of your body, straightforward, just write void. So we have a method name, parameter list, body, and the return type. 4 things. This is how we have to write a method in Java. We will understand better by considering few of the examples. I will write 4 different methods. I will try to explain the concept of methods in 4 different ways. All the 4 possible ways which we can write methods in Java. Let's understand these fundamentals. If you are a novice, definitely this video you have to watch till the end so that you'll have good hold on the concept of methods, also called as functions in C programming language. Fine. Same thing in Java, we call it as method. Maybe I have a requirement that I want to write a program to perform addition or multiplication. Very basic. For which I will write one class in Java. First, we have to define the template, a blueprint, which you can also call it as class, which we have understood in the previous video. So I will give the class name as whatever name you want, you can give. I'll give it as calculator. You can give any name of your own choice. Since I'm doing the calculation, I have given the name as calc. Great. I will define some variables. Int is a type of number 1, number 2, and maybe result. 3 variables I have defined. Number 1, number 2, number 3. What happens on the memory map? In my Java playlist, I'm going to talk how memory will be allocated on the heap area. What happens on the runtime stack area. Right now here, please understand with respect to syntax as the fundamental concept. Fine. Now, I want to add 2 numbers. So I can write a method to perform. Adding 2 numbers means some activity is there, right? Some code I may have to write. And inside the class, directly you should not be writing the code. If you want to write the code, you may have to define within a method. Method will have name. The first part, I will write the name. It can have parameter. I'll keep it empty for now. When we can write the parameters, I will talk. After which the body. That means actual task. Inside the n1 variable, I'm going to define some data n, maybe 10, n2 equals to maybe 20. And after which I will say result equals to whatever is there inside the number 1 variable, whatever is there inside the number 2 variable, please add it. Finally, I will say system.out.println. I will print some message adding 10 and whatever data I'm adding there, 20 gives us whatever is there inside this res variable. Whatever is there inside this res variable, I want to print. Whatever activity you want, you can write. So don't ask why we are writing like this. It is just an example. You can write something else also. It could be anything. Whatever task you are carrying out. Same thing I will write in 3 different ways also. You'll understand. Have little patience. Fine. Great. The body of the method is over. The next part is the return type. Now, are you seeing any return statement at the end of your method? Return statement, I am referring to this. We don't have right now. So there is no return statement. So please go and write here void. Done. Fine. Now the class is ready. In Java, you know very well, in the last video you have understood having only class will not be sufficient. You may have to create instance of that. You may have to create object of that class. Class is just a blueprint. It's just a plan. If you want, maybe whatever activity is there inside this method, I want that to be executed. I have to invoke this method. If you want to invoke this method, first you may have to create object of this class. If you don't create object of this class, as though there is no class, it will not be considered. Fine. So whatever right now you have written, that will not be considered, because all of the things I have written here, instance elements. So I will go and create the object. In the last video you have seen, we have to create the object in Java with the help of new keyword. I'll say new. Create the object of calci. Object is ready. To this calci, I will give the name. I'll give the name as maybe C, maybe calci only. Let's give the name as calci only. Of what type? Calci. That means this reference variable will hold address of this object which is getting created on your memory. Fine. Now, calci is the name for this object for now, because we are understanding here with respect to syntax, not with respect to memory. So calci is the name of this object. Object is ready. Now I will say calci dot, I want to execute this method. I will call this method. I will say calci dot add. I will say calci dot add. Now whatever you have written inside this, that will be executed because you have invoked this. Calci, name of the object. Go inside this object. Please invoke this. Please execute whatever is there inside this. Fine. So let me just run this program here. If I have to run this, you can see on your screen. So we are getting the 30. Of course, maybe there is some error. Calci already in the same workspace. Calci already one class is already there. So I would like to go and give the name as calci1, because in my same project there is one more class with the calci name. That is the reason I am changing it to calci1. If I change this, I hope no problem will not be there. And you can see adding 10 and 20 gives us 30. Whatever code we have written inside this add, that is getting executed. Fine. Now I would like to write one more method. Please see very carefully. Let me just comment this out, or maybe let me just take it. I would like to comment this. Great. Now I'll do one thing. I'll not be printing here. After this, I will say here return whatever is there inside the res. Fine. Whenever you see a return statement in the last line of your method, you cannot write return type as void. We have name of the method, parameters, and the body. At the end of telling return res. You cannot write void whenever we have a return statement. Then what to write in place of return type? I am returning res. Inside the res, what type of data we have? You can please see here. Inside the res, we have integer type of data. So whatever is the type of the data which you are returning, the type you may have to specify here whenever we have a return statement. In the last method, we didn't have a return statement, so we had to write void. Right now, we have return statement here. Hence, we may have to write here int. The return type is int. Fine. Now, this is how we have to write the method. Now, I would like to go back here and I will invoke the method again. I'll say here calci dot, please execute this. Whatever code is there, that will get executed. Alongside that, this method is giving you some data. Last method, when you have invoked, whatever code was there, that got executed. But in return, it didn't give you back anything to the caller. To the caller in the sense, if I'm calling the method, whatever task was there inside that method got executed. But in return, that method didn't give me anything. But right now, when I call add method, it will execute whatever task is there. In return, it is giving you whatever data is there inside res. The return type is integer. That means if you invoke this method, it will execute whatever code is written. That will get executed. After which, it will return you. It will give you back one integer type of value. So I will collect it back on my left hand side. I will collect it back. I will just say here equals to maybe integer type of r. Whatever variable name you want, you can write here. Intentionally, I'm writing r so that you should not think whatever variable it is returning, the variable name also here, it should be same. Nothing as such. This is a different class. So it is returning you res. Inside the res, we have integer type of data. By adding 10 and 20, whatever we have got, that is what I'm returning here. Since the return type is integer, if you invoke this method, whatever code is there, that will get executed. and it will give you back something which I am collecting here. And maybe whatever we had written here, I would like to execute here. This way also we can write the method. Now, the question here should not be why. Why last time we have written that, why we are writing like this? No, we are understanding here the possible ways to write the method. If there is a need arises in Java, you can write a method and write whatever activity you want, which is not accepting any parameters. The return type is void, which will not give you back anything. If you invoke this method, it will just execute this. It will not give you anything. And you can also write a method in Java. If you invoke, it will execute, and in return, it will give you back some value also, which you can collect it here, which I am collecting here. Fine. So if I just have to run this, you may get the same output here also, but different way I'm writing. Adding 10 and 20 gives us the 30. Fine. Now you can also write the method in this style. Let me write one more style. All the possible ways to write the method, but whether it is this method or this, we have 4 things: name, parameters, body, return type. Fine. Now let's write one more way which we can write method in Java. I would like to go here and write down this. Let me comment what we have already written here. And this time I would like to go here and accept some data, integer type of maybe a comma integer type of b. Great. Now I would not be assigning here 10 and 20 directly. I'll say whatever data is there inside the a, please give it to n1. Whatever data is there inside the b, please give it to n2. And then I would like to perform this. Now, this method, I have written a method with the name, but this time it is accepting 2 integer values. That means this is called as parameters, 2 integer parameters. Now, at the time of me calling it, I will say calci.add. Whenever you call a method, and if it is accepting some data, must and should you have to pass the data. Passing the data is equivalent to passing the argument. Data we also call it as argument. Hence, this is also called as argument list. Fine. I may have to pass 2 values here because I am calling such a method. It is expecting me to pass 2 values. Must and should you may have to pass. Earlier, I used to call a method which is not accepting anything. So at the time of me invoking that method, I need not to pass anything here. So I have not passed. I have just called the method. I did not pass any value. But right now I am calling such a method which is accepting 2 integer values. That means you have to pass 2 integer values here. I would like to pass some value. Maybe I'll pass here 10 and I will pass here 20. Great. Now the return type, we don't have any return statement at the last line. So it is void. That means if you call this method, you may have to pass 2 integer values. I have passed. It will execute whatever code is there inside this method, but in return, it will not give you back anything. Making sense? All of you present. So it will not give you back anything. It will just execute whatever task is there. So I will not be collecting back anything because if I call, it is void. It is not giving me any value to me. It will just execute whatever code we had here. But I may have to pass the data because it is having some parameters. So passing the data, you can call it as arguments. So I will just pass here. And if I execute, you are getting the result. Same in different way, I have just written the method. One more way also, if you want, you can write the method. I would like to just go here and comment this up. Let me just write one more way. This time I will just say here integer. Why? Because I will say return res. Whenever you have a return statement, can we write void here? We cannot write. Then what to write? Is it int? Is integer fixed? No. Whatever the type of the data which you are returning. Right now I'm returning res. Inside the res, we have integer type of value. And you can see the data type of res is also integer. Fine. Hence, we may have to write here integer. Now, in Java, if there is any need arises, you can write a method which is accepting some parameter, also giving back something to the caller of this method, to invoker of this method. Now, I have invoked the add method. I am passing 10 and 20. It will do the task. And right now, this method is giving me back something. So I will collect it back here. I will say here integer type of maybe R. Fine, I have collected back. And then finally, I would like to just print it here. I would like to print here. And if I just have to run this, you can see we are getting the results. Now, all of them gave the same result. What I'm trying to explain is in method or a function, 4 things will be there: name, parameters, return type, body. 4 things are fixed. Now, based on the need arises, however you want, based on the situation, you can write the method. We can write a method which is not accepting anything. We'll do the task, and whoever will invoke this method, it will not give anything. No void. There is no return statement here. If there is need arises, we can write a method which cannot accept anything. It can do some task and give back something to the caller. Whoever will invoke this method. I'm invoking this method, right? For me, it will give something. It will give some integer type of data. So we can write a method which is accepting some parameters, will not return anything. It's void. It will just accept some parameters. It will do its task. We can write a method which will accept the parameter, do its task, and give back to caller also. Whoever will call this method, for them integer value will be returned. 4 things will be there: name, parameters, body, return type. Based on the need, you can write in different way based on the situations. This is the fundamentals of methods. I hope you could able to understand. Please, if there is any ambiguity, any confusion, you can rewatch the video any number of times. This is a recorded video. You can also rewatch the other fundamentals videos before you get into this. I am going to talk on the same concept of class, objects, what happens in the memory area, heap area, runtime stack, methods, method overloading concept, and we will also understand the other OOPS concept, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, inheritance in detail in our Java playlist. Right now, by keeping in mind that we are learning the Java fundamentals for our DSA, data structures and algorithms, I have discussed these fundamentals. Fine. Thank you so much for joining me in this video. Please do follow me on my Instagram. You can find the ID in the comment section or the community post also on your screen. And you can also connect me on my LinkedIn. You can just search Hyder Abbas. You can connect me on my LinkedIn also. Fine. So thank you so much for joining me. We'll meet again in upcoming videos. Hello and welcome back. Now we have completed the fundamentals of Java. It's time to get into data structures and algorithm. The very first concept which I am going to discuss is very crucial, which is time and space complexity. If you are in a hurry, the entire video you can watch in 1.5x speed also. You will not face any issues. For some time, forget what is time, what is space. You forget about time and space complexity. Forget about programming. In general, assume for a group of 3 or 4 people, I'm asking one simple question. Please calculate sum of n natural numbers, or you can say sum of 5 natural numbers. Again, natural number refers to all the positive integer numbers starting from 1. 1, you can say here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on. 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore, 10 crore, n numbers. All the positive numbers are called as natural numbers. If I ask you to calculate sum of n natural numbers, n means maybe n values 5, 6, sum of 5 natural numbers or sum of 6 natural numbers. Very easy, right? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Sum of 5 natural numbers. 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10, 10 plus 5 is 15. In your mind, you can easily calculate and you can tell, or you can just write down on a paper and you can easily calculate. Someone who knows basics of maths, instead of they calculating manually like this, they may write one formula. The formula could be n into n plus 1 by 2. N is number here. If I say n natural numbers or 5 natural numbers, 5 is n here. Fine. So you can say here 5 into 5 plus 1 by 2, which is, of course, 5 into 6 is 30. 30 by 2 is 15. You can get this, right? And maybe someone can use the calculator and they can just type 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 and they can show I have got the result. Now, if I ask you, those who are calculating in mind and just answering me, what is the sum of 5 natural numbers? They may say I have taken 8 seconds of time for an example. And those who are using maybe a mathematical formula, whose maths is strong, they will try to give solution for everything by using the mathematical formula. They may say I have taken 6 seconds of time. And if I ask someone who might be writing on paper or maybe using the calculator, they may say that I have done that in 4 seconds. Or you can keep one timer, stopwatch, and you can identify Each one is taking how much time in order to calculate the sum of 5 natural number. Very easy, right? Now, I want my machine to calculate and tell me the sum of 5 natural numbers. Machine referring to my laptop, my mobile phone, for which I may have to write the application. I may have to develop one application, or we can say I have to develop one program. Different ways you can write the program. I have written the program in 3 different approaches. Fine. Now, program is, it's a way of you talking to your machine. It's your communication to the machine, what you want machine to do it for you. Making sense? Now, I wanted my machine to calculate and tell me the sum of 6 natural numbers, for which I have written the program here. I have written the program in 3 different approaches. Let me comment this approach here. Fine. Now, this approach, don't worry on the code which you can see on your screen. We will understand the coding from the scratch. You need not to worry on this. Just see one of the approach to calculate sum of 6 natural numbers, which is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. It should be around 21. Let's see if I have written the correct program. If I just run this, you can see here the output. Sum of 1 to 6 natural numbers is 21. It is giving me correct answer. No problem here. Let me comment this. I have written 2 more approaches, 2 more programs here. Let me uncomment this. And you can see the style, the way I have written the program is different. Here it is a different logic, and here it is a different logic. Fine. So let me just run this program. You can see here, I'm getting sum of 1 to 6 is 21. Great. Now I have written one more logic here, which will give us sum of n natural numbers. N is 6 here. That means sum of 6 natural numbers. If I just run this application, you can see here sum of 1 to 6 is 21. Whether it is first approach, second approach, or third approach, though I have written different logics, all of them are giving me correct results. So whatever I wanted, I got the results here. Sometimes it is not just about the results. It is all about the efficient result with a better performance, for which time is very important. Now, how will I know that which approach is giving me efficient result? That means which approach is getting executed very fast. How much time the first approach has taken to calculate and tell me the sum of 6 natural numbers. How much time the second approach has taken. How much time the third approach has taken. Can I put a timer and check stopwatch and execute this and see how much time it is taking? No, it is getting executed in fraction of milliseconds. Fine. So there has to be some mechanism, right? If as a human, if I am calculating, I can put a stopwatch, I can put a timer, or I can say I have taken 5 seconds, 10 seconds approximately. Fine. But right now the calculation is not done by a human. The calculation is being done by a machine. I'm writing a program. I'm asking my machine. Writing the program means you talking to machine, right? I'm writing a program so that the machine can give me a result. Now, which program machine is executing fast? Which is executing efficiently? Which is taking less time? How will I know? There has to be some mechanism. That's when the computer scientists, the programmers, they came with one of the tool, or you can say one of the mechanism, for which we call it as time complexity. Time complexity comes into picture whenever you want to know, whenever you want to calculate a particular program, how much time it is taking in order to execute and give you the result. Similarly, we also have something called as space complexity. If I execute this program, at the time of execution, behind the scene, this program, how much memory is occupying? How much RAM memory has been allocated in order to execute this program? How many variables I have created? Example, I have created 2 integer values here. For integer in Java, 4 bytes of memory is allocated. If there are 2 variables, that means 8 bytes of memory is occupied. So space complexity comes into picture if you want to know whatever program you have written, which is getting executed, at the time of execution, how much space, how much memory space has been taken by that program. For that also we should have some mechanism. That's when the concept of space complexity comes into picture. So time and space complexity comes into picture whenever you want to know how efficient your program is getting executed. That means how fast, which approach. See, whenever you have a problem in front of you, there can be multiple solutions for that. Earlier, we have understood pattern programming in our Java plus DSA series. I have given you one approach. If you go to some other YouTube channel, some other videos, you may say some other approaches. So for every one problem, if you want to achieve something, there are multiple ways. Now you should be choosing such a way which is more efficient. More efficient, I am referring to, it should be more fast also. It should occupy less memory space also. Then only you can call this program is more efficient and your application will be with more faster. I hope you are able to understand. So if you want to calculate how much time your program is taking in order to give you the result and how much memory space has been allocated for your program, that's where the concept of time complexity and space complexity comes into picture. Especially if you are getting into the product based companies, this concept is very crucial. It's not just about writing the code, writing the program, getting the things done. You may have to write the efficient program, such a application which is very fast also. It should occupy less memory also. And if you want to check how much time your program is taking in order to give you the result, how much memory space it is occupying, we should have a mechanism. That mechanism is only called as time complexity and space complexity. There are some important terminologies here. Big O notation, omega, theta, all these things you will try to understand. You need not to worry. I hope now to start the journey, what is the purpose of time and space complexity, why we may have to understand this is clear. If you have that picture, that is more than sufficient for us to go ahead. Now we need to understand how we may have to use this concept and how we can evaluate that multiple approaches are there. Which approach is good, which approach we may have to choose, which is more efficient. Fine, I hope you could able to draw one picture why we may have to understand these concepts. So thank you so much for joining me in this video. Make sure you like the video. Please do comment. Also share with your peers and colleagues. Do follow me on my Instagram. The ID you can get it on the screen. Also, you can get the ID on the community post also. You can also get connected to me on the LinkedIn. You can just search Hyder Abbas. Now in the upcoming video, we will understand what exactly this time and space complexity, how we may have to learn all the important terminologies which are associated with time and space complexity.